Hello, good to see you too. Okay, we're back in session. After the three closed session items, the reportable action is that there was a 5-0 vote to accept the Selma City salary study. And with that, we will adjourn the Selma City Council special meeting and come back into session in 3 minutes for the regular meeting. I want to welcome everybody to the Selma City Council regular meeting. It's December 5th, 2022, 6:04 PM in the Selma City Council chambers, 1710 Tucker Street, Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise hand and we will select you from the meeting. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's, we will be conducting this meeting in accordance with AB 361 and Government Code Section 54953, which allows for this meeting to be held remotely. Our invocation tonight will be led by Pastor Jose Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we just thank you for this great opportunity to come before you, Heavenly Father, and just put everything in your hands, God. We just ask you for direction right now, that you give us wisdom and that you give us, Heavenly Father, guidance through your Holy Spirit. We put everything that's going to take, Heavenly Father, it's going to happen tonight, Heavenly Father, in your hands. We just ask you, Heavenly Father, that you be the one guiding in the name of Jesus Christ. We thank you and we love you with all our hearts. Amen.
Amen. Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
and Mayor Robertson is here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletion to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2B.
So I just wanted, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for giving me a couple minutes. I just wanted to say to the public that I wanted to apologize if I offended anybody by any comments or any remarks that I may have made a couple weeks ago with regards to the mural. My job is to, be on this council to be neutral and to be fair. And so my comments were not made in any way, shape, or form to offend anybody. And so if I offended anybody, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. That will move on to oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes in order to limit the liability of the city. Speakers are asked to address their comments to members of the city council. Do we have any oral communications at this time?
Mayor, I'm sorry, was the reportable action made or did we?
We did do
We did do that,
reportable
okay.
action. Yes, thank you.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Danuba Avenue. I have a concern. There was some work done on Dockery Avenue between Floral and Rose Avenue, and they left a big bump in the middle of the road. It's like a speed bump. I don't know if it's going to remain that way or if they're going to smooth that back out again, because I haven't seen any more work done in that area, but I don't go through there too much during the daytime. But I notice it on Sundays. So I just wanted to bring that up to see if somebody could look into that.
Are you referring to the one over there by Wilson School?
Yes, right
Yep.
before Wilson School.
I know what you're
Yes.
talking about. Okay.
City manager?
I think that may have been a
repair by Cal Water, normally what happens is that they put cold patch to just patch up the trench that they made, and then they come back at a later time. Obviously with the rain, you can't put hot mix asphalt there because it just won't settle. So they will come back if that is Cal Water. But we will look into it with Public Works and see what the improvement there that was made or repair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any other oral communications at this time? Do we have anybody on Zoom or on the phone who would like to make a comment?
Cindy, if you could unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Good evening, council. My name is Cindy Pembino and I do live in Fresno. But I saw your 559 mural project fundraiser recently that it was advertised, and I do know one of the artists and she's a beautiful person. But I was very impressed with this project and I love the fundraiser. And the name Educate to Elevate, well, art can definitely elevate us. I also love the 4 messages on the butterfly supporting our farm workers in the Central Valley, right there in Selma, the value of education and interweaving the different cultural symbols of the Mexican American community there in Selma, which is so rich. And finally, the fight for social justice and equity in our agricultural world there. Art speaks to all languages and in all cultures. It's a beautiful thing. I would ask you, Selma City Council, to please give the 559 mural project the extension they're requesting on a completion date and the funding that is required for the protectant coats once the mural is finished. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, with that, we'll move on unless we have someone else. We have one more on the line. Then we have a speaker here.
Rebecca, if you would unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, how about now?
Yes.
Okay, so
You'll be next,
hello,
Mr. Avalos.
good evening, council members. My name is Rebecca Castro, and I am a ethnic studies instructor at CSUB, and I was informed that the 559 mural project, was having some pushback regarding the fist that were included in the butterfly. And
Becca, can you hold on just a second? I just need
Yes.
clarification. This is on the agenda, the mural. Do we need to wait until that agenda item?
So
For this,
there's
or
no,
can they comment?
Mayor, there's no legal requirement to wait until the actual agenda. Public comments rights are pretty broad, so they could,
Could be anything.
yeah, address this as long as it's within the 3 minutes.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry for that interruption, Rebecca. Please continue.
Okay, yes. So as I was saying, I am just calling to support the mural project and ask that you do not require the group to remove the fist. I don't think there's anything of a problem with that. And I just want to ask for your continued support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Mr. Avalos?
I was reading the this agenda item here. Oh, sorry, Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. Excuse me, I apologize. On the agenda, I was going to ask the council at this time. I know the first of the year we have new staff on the city, on our city government, finance all the way down to deputies and all that. But I don't see the I want to say the what a manager as far as finance manager. Do we have one in play now? Council?
City manager, do we have a finance manager at this point?
Our acting finance director is our deputy city manager, Jasmine Baines.
Oh, okay. Jasmine is she's now in the finance department?
She's our deputy city manager who oversees finance.
Okay, but that still didn't answer the question as far as a person in finance, as far as our up-to-date finances as far as when our contracts are due and stuff like that. Usually finances over the past, they used to do stuff like that for us, for the council. You know, I'm just trying to help you guys out to streamline some of these issues that may down the road you might need assistance. So, because it's very important to have a finance where your finances are at before we move forward as far as bargaining units and litigation as far as to the city. Because it's very important to know exactly where you're at as far as your money and your finances with the city of Selma, how we're going to expend the money and how we're going to move forward for the city of Selma. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. You have another comment? Anybody on the line? Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, sorry. Yes, there is one person.
Okay,
Christina, if you would unmute yourself. Christina Olague, if you would unmute yourself.
Hi, hello, my name is Christina. If I'm correct, I think this is the portion for public comment. Yes, I missed the first part of the
it is.
meeting. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I just wanted to hop on here and voice my support of the mural project that seems to be a major risk of not being finished. I believe that not putting up this mural would be a suppression of free speech. The images in the mural really just promote empowerment of ourselves as community members, our youth, our farm workers, rights organizers, and I really think that our community deserves this mural. So that's it. That's my time. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks very much. Anybody else? Okay, that we will start our special presentations, which we have two up tonight. Our first one is the staff presentation regarding OpenGov online permitting system.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm going to take this one from up here tonight, make it a little bit easier so that I'm not trying to wrench my neck around and read the screen at the same time while speaking into the microphone. So. Okay, what we're going to be taking a look at tonight is the OpenGov platform, which is the city's online permitting system that has recently been implemented across the city. We're going to go across a little bit of the background, what it is, and after the update is given to council tonight, would want to point out that it will be going live on our website tomorrow morning, right? So we've been working with it in-house for quite some time now, and we're ready for that launch now. So as a little bit of background here, the City Council approved a professional services agreement with OpenGov on December 6th of 2021. Funding for the online permitting system was provided through both SB2 and through LEAP funding that was awarded to the city. The total contract amount was $159,600, and implementation of this into the local agencies system began in early of this year. This is just a quick background on what the type of services that the system looks to implement are. Obviously, it's completely cloud-based, so everything is online, which means that you and staff and applicants have access to all of the information anywhere where you have an internet connection. So anywhere where you can be able to get online, you can be able to put in for permits, you can update permits, you can see your information. So it's extremely accessible. Obviously, that enhances the collaboration, the efficiency, and it really brings that transparency and increases the amount of communication that you're able to have. Because it is cloud-based, reduces significantly the burden that is placed on individual people that are dealing with your internet technologies or your IT. Because it is so broad across so many spectrums, but all with one system, it really breaks down those individual silos that oftentimes can really create inefficiencies within your system and cause delays through the approval process. So you really start having that partnership feeling right from the very beginning. Most importantly, I think in all honesty, it reduces the manual operations, which really, again, removes a lot of the inefficiencies out of the overall process. And of course, with everything being cloud-based there's a very, very big focus on security of the data and of the information, which you just simply can't have with a lot of paper items, right? So you're able to get a lot more secure product. Next slide, please. The applications specific to the city that the city is implementing in this first round here have to do with permitting. When that says permitting, that predominantly means building permitting, but also when you have your planning, special events, items such as that nature as well. So anything that could really fall under the guise of a permit that the city is working on an approval for can work its way through this system. Business licensing, zoning approvals, code enforcement, so all of the follow-ups and activities associated with code enforcement, and of course, building inspections as well. And some of the highlights that really sold the software platform to the city originally, first and foremost, had to do with the public access for applicants and the open access that they have to that. It's very intuitive and very easy to use as you go through. It's not confusing or complicated in any way. When it says the no code workflow configuration, that means more on the staff side. So if there's something where staff needs to adjust something to make sure that the workflow is very efficient and the information that is being gathered and needed is done, you don't have to have a degree in computer engineering to be able to figure it out. It's very, very user-friendly and very intuitive. It also allows for online payment collection, which is something the city has not had up to this point, but now people can actually go online and pay for their permitting and their licensing type of items, as opposed to either coming into City Hall or potentially even calling and using a credit card over the phone. They now can do that online. It has seamless integration with GIS. So you'll see one of the slides that I'm going to show here shows mapping and all of the data configuration. People can get information about their permits and can actually see that information on a map. Staff can also utilize that to really see where there's, say hot spots of code enforcement activity that's taking place, or areas where there's a lot more building activity going on. You can be able to analyze those things visually as well. And it helps us with our plan review integration, mobile inspections. So as you have your building inspector who's actually out on site and he's doing these inspections, can immediately plug results and items right into the system, and it uploads immediately. Everything is in real time. In-app chat. So if an applicant has a question, they can immediately reach out to a staff member, and it sends an in-system message and notifies the staff member that someone has this question, and they can immediately be able to respond to them. And then, of course, the dashboards and reports. So it makes it very, very quick to work amongst staff and to be able to bring reports to the Planning Commission, to the City Council, and to be able to really have some good data-based decisions and reporting that's happening. So the implementation, showing right here the different divisions within the city that all worked on it. It included planning, building, engineering, public works, code enforcement, and the finance division. Everybody participating to make sure that we had everything that was seamless. It was communicating, that the workflow made sense. You will have, when someone comes in with an application, it may start in one division or in one department, but almost with every single application that we work on, it will touch 2, 3, 4, 5 different departments as it's going through its process. So ensuring that you have a workflow that makes sense, and that everybody who needs to have their input has that input, but it's done effectively and it's done in an area where it's tracked appropriately, was very important. So we had everybody come together to work on that. Like I'd stated, the efforts really focused mostly on the workflow analysis and making sure that the online forms that people were going to be working with made sense for them on the user side. And then, of course, delivered what staff needed to make sure that we were going to be going through the process appropriately. And then the creation of the online payment system. As I'd stated earlier, full public access after this presentation tonight will begin tomorrow on our website. Next slide. The public access, if you go to the main page of the city's website, there will be a new item, as you can see is in the blue circle up there, called the online portal. So when you click on the online portal, next page, it will then take you to our forms page right there. And right there, the online services, it says click here for forms and permit applications. Next slide. You'll then immediately go to this item, public access. It's on the left side, and you can see all the various aspects that we had talked about there. So whether someone's looking for planning items, they're looking for building items, they're looking for engineering, code enforcement, they'll have all of their choices there on the left side. As soon as they go to click on one of those there, it will then go over to the Citizen Services login. And if you already have an account, you'll be able to track every single application, every type of input, any communication you've had with the city, you'll be able to see that. If it's your first time, then you will simply create an account, and that will then begin that record that you'll always be able to have access to. This is what the main page looks like for the public access. So this is actually the page that's created for me if I were on the applicant or on the public access side. So you can see everything that you're going to have. The dashboard is what you're looking at right there. If it had active applications or any communications that you had with the city up to this point, it would show within your dashboard there. Messages going back and forth between staff and the applicant would show up on the left side, very similar to emails. You then have your profile where you will load in all of your personal information that can also contain your payment information and items of that nature. And then all of the records that you would have would fall underneath there, whether it's applications, projects, permits, documentation that you have, records of all of your payments, all of your inspection reports, and everything would end up right there. So very, very easy right there, available on your dash. This just shows if someone were to go into their contact information, what exactly that looks like. So as you can see, it doesn't keep a ton of their personal information, but it certainly keeps the personal information that is going to be relevant to who that person is. We thought that a lot of effort went into this from staff to try to keep this as clean, organized, and streamlined as possible. We wanted to make sure that we were asking the right questions, but not asking so many questions that people are going to get 2, 3, 4 pages into setting up an account, and it's going to feel overwhelming, right? The point is to have something that's going to be easy to use. Next. So this is just going to go through a list right here of what they can submit their different forms for. These are ones that the Planning Commission, the City Council are going to hear about on a pretty regular basis, which is why I thought it was really important to make sure what those are. Any type of planning entitlement, change of zone, general plan amendments, site plan reviews, everything can be tracked within there. So any type of planning entitlement. You have your building permits, your inspection service requests, code enforcement reporting, park rental, special event permits, public works work orders all go through there, encroachment permits do, street closure permit requests, pool drainage, and citizen requests or concern forms. Very robust. As far as on the staff workflow side, some of the highlights that I wanted to give is that every single step within the workflow is tracked and it's automated and it's done in real time. So immediately notifications and reminders, if those notifications are not addressed in a specified amount of time, they're automatically sent to every assigned staffer. So say if you have step number 3 within the workflow, as soon as the person in front of you finishes step number 2, immediately you're sent a notification that step number 3 is now ready for you to address in whatever application that might be. So it keeps that workflow going very, very consistently with those notifications. Coordination of responsibilities, the deadlines and the next steps, everything tracked, like I said, in real time, and all staffers are automatically notified. So they're notified not only on their dashboard, but then you can also have it set to send emails as well for those that may be working remote or something of that nature to make sure that that information is going out in good time. I'll go through these pretty quickly because these are just some screenshots of the staff workflow, but to show you, we are already utilizing it. We actually went live in-house a little over a month ago. Of course, the reason why we did that before rolling it out to the public was to make sure that we were working out all the kinks in-house before we then put anything on the website. The last thing we wanted to have happen was have somebody go in, click on the website link, and something wasn't working properly or something wasn't coded just right yet. So we worked out all those kinks over the last 5 or 6 weeks in-house with staff. And so this is what the staff's workflow looks like. And you can see it has all the active records in there, whether it's an encroachment permit, whether it's a plan check, it's a site plan review, all of those items are right in there. And you can see how each one of them is going to be tracked, and they show whether they're active or whether they've been approved, all of that. Next. So same type of thing. Again, you can see all the users being assigned on the right side. So you can see the various staff members there that are included just in the permits that we've already started with. Next. This just shows the different types of permits again, and showing, as you can see, when the date that they're issued, when they expire, if applicable. Next. And then payment and fee collection. So you will likely, when the financial reporting is going to be coming up, you'll likely start seeing something that's going to say Stripe on it every once in a while. Stripe is the actual service. And I think the best way to explain it is it's very similar to PayPal. It's just another service provider that allows for you to collect online payments. But Stripe is the one that works directly with OpenGov and has linked their items for the most seamless use there. So it's a name that you're likely going to end up hearing, but all items now can be paid for online utilizing the OpenGov platform processed through Stripe. And then this was the inclusion with GIS that I was talking about. So this map right here, and again, everything updated in real time. So if this was not just a static image, we can actually zoom in and out of this right here. We can look at parcel specific data and information. Every single layer that we have that's in GIS, we can load right into here. So we can also reference right on top of that, whether that's information from SKF, information from Cal Water, items that we have specifically for our streets. Then as we start getting more and more of these permits in, you can start seeing work orders are being requested here, encroachment permits are being requested here, building permits are being requested here, a lot of inspection activity happening over there, and everything as it builds more and more and more can be then visualized onto the map, which once again can really, really help staff to ascertain areas where it's clear that there's a lot of engagement or a lot of activity that's happening within the community. And then this one right here also shows when you're looking at your peak periods of work. Obviously, if you look at these dates, you can see where you have some of the gaps in between. Those are your Saturdays and your Sundays is really how that breaks down. But this is important for us to understand. When we start looking over time, is there days or certain times where we're seeing more activity? And certainly throughout the year, then you can make sure that even on the administrative side, as you're looking at items such as, vacation schedules, staff coverage, those type of items, you can look over the last year, the last 2 years, the last 3 years, and be even more mindful about making sure that you just have everything in line for that excellent customer service experience. Next. Okay, and then it's similar to how staff has communication for in-house items. The applicants are notified of all the progress that's happening in real time as well. So that, how I had said, step 2 is complete, step 3 is now ready. The applicant will also be notified of those same items. You are X amount % through this process, and they'll receive that notification. They're automatically sent to the applicant, so it ensures that they always know right where their application is, what the next step is, and where it's headed. And what the system does is it saves all of their user information, both their overall and then their individual project by project. And that's going to facilitate really good access to their project history. It's going to improve communication, of course, and it provides some very, very strong documentation. So the resulting enhancements, of course, as I'd stated, improve customer experience, faster approvals, safer storage of the application materials, increased productivity on the staff side, and of course, by default on the applicant side, much better collaboration, not only between the departments, but between the applicant team and between staff. And then quicker configuration is really just if items need to be adjusted as you're going through it, because the platform is so user-friendly on both the applicant and on the staff side, you can make adjustments much quicker on the fly without losing data that you already had in place, which was something that I probably gave a much harder time on, I think, as we were doing our implementation to make sure if we ever made an adjustment, we weren't going to lose data, and we won't. So that provides the background on the OpenGov platform. Very excited. We've worked very, very hard on it for over the last 8-9 months or so. I tried not to get too deep into the weeds and hopefully highlighted some of the great things I believe that are certainly coming along with it. But with that said, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council has.
Very much. Does council have any questions for Deputy City Manager Terry?
I have a question, Rob. What's your backup for this process, for your software? Like if something was to happen, we've had a catastrophe, what would back that up?
So everything that we did through the configuration, we took our workflow and made sure that we had the workflow documented and that we have paper applications of everything to act as a backup. So if for some reason the system were to go down, if we were to have a mass internet outage or something of that nature, we still have the paper application process and open access, of course, to City Hall. They do run redundant servers on OpenGov though. So even if they were to have a pretty serious server malfunction, everything would seamlessly switch over to their backup. And that's one of the benefits of the cloud, of course, is that you're not connected to just one server. And if there's issues with that server, it's actually branched out to multiple items that all really provide cover for each other.
I just have a real quick question, or a couple of things. One is, to clarify, you said every person that wants to apply for a permit or what have you sets up an account. So if they want to apply for multiple permits throughout the years, then they always have that account, right?
Correct. Yep.
And then the second thing is this software or the workflow, it's policy driven, right? So whatever muni code that is required to get a permit for, I don't know, for building something, putting solar in or whatever it is, the system is policy driven, right?
Yes, it
Or,
is.
okay, perfect.
Yep, and it does, there are certain steps within it that can only go to the next step if
If
it
this is-
requires a certain level of supervisor approval. It can only go to that next step with that supervisor providing that approval, ensuring that items specific to policy like that have been addressed or adhered to appropriately.
Perfect. This reminds me of our software system that we're just implementing, so I really like it. So good job.
Thank you.
Madam Cho? Anything? Councilmember Trujillo?
No, no questions.
Okay, I just have a question or two. In terms of sometimes permits require an insurance certificate. So how do they load the certificate? Take a picture and load it, or load it as an attachment?
Exactly, as an attachment, you could do that as any type of JPEG, PNG, PDF, any of those type of items. There's about 30 different document types that are compatible with this program that you could be able to upload.
And then since it's a web hosted offline, off-site service, there's a monthly fee, right? That's how they charge?
Everything is within the agreement. So everything that had been approved by council upfront, it was an all-inclusive cost. Years down the road, once we get near the end of that agreement, if at that appropriate time, we would come to council and request for an extension of those items. And then, of course, there would be additional, services and payments due at that time if council elected to continue with that.
And that includes upgrades. They're
That is
always
correct.
upgrading these things, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, it's everything that sits in the agreement right now is inclusive. So as soon as they roll out any type of upgrade, we're in a contract with them. The upgrade happens automatically.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Anybody from the public? Sir, can we give him a microphone? Have to get you on the record.
Just, want to ask, does it come in Spanish and other languages, or what other languages?
Great question. So the platform, because it's
Thank you, Pastor
online,
Alvarez.
the platform online can utilize Google Translator. So it has open access to any of the languages that work through Google Translator. For those items that may be applicant specific or application specific, that Google Translator is not translating appropriately, we do have on-call services that we can utilize through OpenGov, depending on if it goes, Spanish is a standard. If it goes beyond that, there may be costs depending on how often we reach out.
Thank you. Anybody on the line? Okay, so with that,
thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on from this presentation to a quarterly presentation by Chriscom. I think we have the President and CEO of Chriscom with us tonight.
Mr. Mayor, and members of the council, Chuck Jaloyan, we're also item number 5. If you want to wait for that, I can do everything there.
Okay.
So we're on the agenda twice.
Do we need a vote to put it
Don't
later?
necessarily need a vote. If there's consensus to do it at that time, that's fine. Or you could take the items in any order you'd like.
All right, everybody good with just taking as part of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Trio, are you good with that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, we'll see you in item 5. Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Do council members or a council member have any items they would like removed tonight?
Mayor, I'm removing 1C.
Okay. Anyone have any other items? Is there a motion to approve items 1A and B?
I'll make a motion.
Second it.
Okay. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Joe,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, item 1C.
Page 7, just a couple here on the check registry. It is check number 80629. And it looks like it says Applied Concepts Stalker Raider in the amount of $1,654.24. What is that for?
Councilmember, that's for a LiDAR radar tool to run traffic,
Fine.
basically a radar gun in
A
layman's
radar
terms.
gun, okay. Perfect. And then I have another one, here, yes. Check number 80648, Fresno County Tax Collector, Property Tax Sewer, first installment, and then it says 2022 to 2023 in the amount of $4,082.67. What is that for?
That would be for our first enrollment, installment of our property taxes, most likely for the sewer.
And just to add to that, sewer costs in Selma are part of the property tax roll. So everyone who owns property and uses sewer are charged their property taxes.
Okay. Our tax roll. Okay. Okay, and then I have one more, this one here down at the bottom, 80686 for Russell Marie Tiger, co-ed team championships shirts in the amount of $904.59. What is that for?
That's going to be a part of our rec programs. So those are the uniforms and shirts and such for the rec leagues.
Okay, but is that a city team?
No. It's for the kids.
Oh, the kids.
Yes, we pay, we
Okay.
collect the fees for the rec and then we purchase the
Oh,
shirts.
good.
So
Okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
Got a question, the Cal card. We see Cal card charges of $68,281.96, but we don't have the statement. Are we gonna, we haven't had it the last few council meetings. Are we gonna get that, the statement?
We can have staff include that.
We used to get it.
Normally they do, and I think the last council meetings, we've had them as well, but this particular meeting, there were staff out who hadn't approved or signed their statements, and so we couldn't run the CalCard charge reports without their approval and their signature on the statements for the cards that they use. So we'll absolutely include them in the next agenda packet.
Great, thank you very much. And then item 80642, Department of Transportation Signals and Lighting, July through September 2022, 3109. Is that just a recurring quarterly payment or what's that for?
That's exactly what that is.
Okay. And then finally, 80665, Jam Services, Polara Bulldog push buttons for crosswalks. Those are just push buttons that.
It is,
for
it's
the light.
replacement or upgrade items on the push buttons. Sometimes, you know, the sensors over time, of course, will just go out. We actually have a good number in the city over this year that we've been working to replace because they were so old that we couldn't get replacement parts for them anymore. So they were being upgraded. Public Works has been working very hard on many items similar to that when it has to do with street lights and
Instead of those
crosswalks.
little buttons, you're upgrading them to the bigger pads.
Correct.
It's easier to to hit?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep, they last a little bit longer and they also, they're audible, right? So they're better for the visually impaired.
thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else have any questions about the check register? Or a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve?
Is there a second? Okay. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, that will move on to our regular business items. The first one is consider cancellation of the regular council meeting scheduled for December 19th, 2022 and January 3rd, 2023.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This item is just to formalize the standard protocol of the city council canceling the second meeting in December as well as the first meeting in January, which would cause the first meeting of the year to fall on Tuesday, January 17th because of the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday.
Okay, thanks for that. We have any questions or discussion about this? Anybody in the public like to weigh in on this topic? We have anybody on Zoom? Phone. Thank you. We'll bring that back. Is there a motion to approve this item?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second? Okay, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Mayor Pro Tem Cho. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Robertson, yes. We'll move on to item 3, consideration of addendum number 4 to professional services agreement with QK Inc. for additional staff support.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. The city manager asked that I take this item for him tonight. So a little bit of background on this item. In 2019, the city had approved a contract with QK Inc. for on-call planning services that included day-to-day planner counter assistance, project application review, and presenting items for consideration to both the Planning Commission and the City Council, among other services, all of course as appropriate. In 2021, City Council approved an addendum by adding an additional amount and extending that contract term through May of 2022. And in May of 2022, the City Council approved another addendum that also provided more of an extension out to June 20th of 2023 and amended that not to exceed amount to $180,000. So at this time, staff is requesting that council approve a further amendment with QK to provide additional staff support services to maintain our ever increasing level of planning need and planning supports through May 5th of 2024. One of the major additional items that we're looking to add on here is the ability to have them do both the GIS support services for the city, which is extremely technical and very significant. Ties in also to the online permitting system, which we were just showing before with those type of data analysis needs. And then to add CEQA services to that. So CEQA, or the California Environmental Quality Act, applies to every single planning project that comes before the community. And it is very, very common for applicants to not have any type of background or any relationship with a CEQA consultant. And so they will come and they don't know where to look for the CEQA analysis that is required by the state of California with every planning project that we bring forward. Oftentimes this ends up in delays and they're typically just confused about where they can go and where they need to go. What this would allow us to do is to have QK on call as a CEQA consultant so that if any applicant were to choose to, they could request a quote directly from QK, who is acting as our consultant planning firm. QK would provide them a quote for the CEQA services that would be needed for the analysis, and that applicant could then choose to either utilize that quote and move forward with it, or they could look for a different consultant if they chose to do that. All of the costs associated with that, of course, while they would be billed to the city through QK, they would be reimbursed by the applicant. So when they pay their application fees, their building permit fees, all the other items that are due, the fees that were associated with any of those services that QK would be delivering would also be charged to the applicant as well. So while the city would be paying for it upfront, the CEQA costs, unless it is a city project, of course, would be fully reimbursed. So the request here is for a total of $233,400 to be added to the adopted fiscal year 22-23 budget. That would be within Fund 100, the general fund. and under planning professional services. The remaining additional balance of $466,600 would be included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget for Fund 100, the general fund, also under planning professional services. And again, just really want to highlight that $300,000 of that, you're going to see the vast majority of that reimbursed to the city through the applicants, because those would end up being applicant costs. So staff is recommending that the council approve this amendment with QK to allow for the additional staff support and to extend that through May 5th of 2024, and with the additional budgetary items as notated. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions the council has.
For your report. Does anybody on the council have any questions for Deputy City Manager Terry?
I have a question, deputies, city manager. By any chance, do we have a list of the projects that we have pending currently, or they're coming up soon to justify the amount of the increase for the QK?
Yeah, we absolutely do. That's something that we track on a daily basis. We have a meeting every single week that includes every department within the city and our external partners, SKF, Cal Water, Caltrans, where everybody comes to the table and we talk about every single development project that we have ongoing, upcoming, and outstanding. So that happens every single week, and I would be happy to get you the agenda that goes along with that one, that gives you some really good insight into where exactly, how many projects we have, where they are, and why the demand is so intense. The amount of projects that Selma has going on right now is significant on the planning side, which is a great problem to have, but it certainly does require a lot of work, right? A lot of staff resources, but that can absolutely be provided.
I'd appreciate if we can get that list.
You got it.
Thank you.
Not necessarily is, kind of goes in line with Councilmember Guerra's, but this would actually facilitate even more developments to start, right?
That is correct.
This is gonna like facilitate that problem that we're having right now, that
That is
we have
correct.
a lot of business.
One of the major roadblocks, I guess we could say, or challenges, is really that CEQA analysis and removing that confusion for the applicant, and providing for them, if they want it, a streamlined process to be able to have more of an all-inclusive process is certainly going to just help things move along quicker for those projects that want to take advantage of that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll jump in. Are we gonna have a RFP for an engineer in the future? So we can get an engineer on staff?
That's a very timely question, Mayor. We are planning to issue that RFP by the end of this calendar year.
Great. And then just another question, all the planning costs, are they gonna be recoverable ultimately from the folks that are undergoing the planning for these projects?
I wouldn't say all the planning costs. There's a lot of planning that the city does sort of for its own planning purposes, but as far as development projects go, Deputy City Manager touched on the recoverable costs on the CEQA side, but then we also have costs that are recovered for other miscellaneous items, as well as things, well, we charge fees through our master fee schedule, right? And that's one of the mechanisms that we recover some of those planning costs for. But the direct recovery tied to each development project is tracked and billed to the applicant as well.
Thank you for that. And then in terms of QK, Trevor and Phil and QK do an awesome job. It's nothing against them, but having them do the CEQA, does the city incur any kind of liability by pushing the CEQA towards them? Is that an advocacy? Maybe this is a question for the city attorney, but is the city advocating QK by pushing the CEQA towards, not pushing, but paying on behalf of, setting it up for the applicant to go through CEQA analysis? If anything would happen, would the person using or company getting those services have recourse against the city for a negligent reference?
Are you talking about, Mayor, are you talking about with QK and kind of the relationship that it has with the city and
It
liability?
has a relationship of being referred by the city and the city kind of collecting the fees for QK, to my understanding, and then paying QK on a one-to-one basis. Does the city collect a little fee for that?
There's a 10% administrative fee.
10%.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could look into it. Yeah, I think
City's
it would
kind of
go down to the
brokering those
contract.
services.
It would have to do with the contract and, you know, what the arrangement is there, but I could look into that if
Yeah, and
council
the,
wants.
what I would say about that is that, so QK currently acts as an extension of staff on the planning side. What a lot of other cities do is they have their staff conduct the CEQA analysis, those staff that are, or those cities that are adequately, that have enough people to do that. You know, they have staff planners who look specifically into CEQA and process that CEQA. Well, QK performs the exact, or would be performing the exact same function on behalf of the city, under the scope that we're amending, to be able to facilitate that. What we're doing right now is we are giving developers a list of consultants, and we're saying, you need to do CEQA, call any one of these consultants, and anybody who's a consultant can be added to that list. Now what we would be saying is, this is an extension of the city who can do this for you, or you can still choose to use your own consultant. But so they're not required to use QK for CEQA projects.
Just as a related question, city manager, could I, if I was a developer and I do CEQA analysis, could I avoid that 10% fee by going directly to QK and getting the CEQA analysis done?
Absolutely.
Okay. It's not like the city's requiring you to use
No,
QK through it.
really the biggest holdup, Mayor, has been for those applicants that have never gone through the process before or are very uncomfortable going through it themselves. And trying to facilitate a way to help them avoid any confusion or delays within that. So it's really based upon trying to provide the best customer service that we possibly can.
So it's a service enhancement.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. And I think it's also extremely important to note that every single CEQA document, when it is certified, adopted, accepted by the city is always the lead agency. So that document is actually owned by the city. The city takes ownership of that. So
And the
whether
city would
that's
be
done-
liable for that.
That is correct.
Got it.
Whether that was done by, QK through this process as an extension of staff, QK as an independent consultant signed on with someone else, or a complete other consultant, the city takes ownership of that document when we certify it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Anybody in the public? Anybody like to comment on this topic? Do we have anybody on Zoom, on the phone? Okay, that will bring it back, and I'll ask for a motion to approve the addendum number 4 to the professional services agreement.
Make a motion to approve it?
I'll second it.
Okay. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay. Item 4, consideration of ad hoc committee formation and update on Pioneer Village parking discussions and activities.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council. Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. For this one, there's a couple different items that we wanted to have a discussion on here, all associated with Pioneer Village, and really focusing mainly around parking. So Pioneer Village, which of course is located at 1800 Arkansas Parkway, is a very active venue within the community, and especially post-COVID, we're seeing a lot more interest in Pioneer Village now, which is a very, very good thing. Currently, or up until this time, the adjacent property to it, in between Golden State and where Cattleman's and then the Pioneer Village area is, there's an open dirt area. And that is actually part of the parcel that is to the north of the Pioneer Village area as well. So it kind of has a almost an upside down L shape to it, right? So it's all the same property. For years, the property owner there allowed the city to utilize that dirt area for overflow parking for events, usually maybe half a dozen times a year, or depending on what type of events were happening there. But that longtime property owner was always okay with the city utilizing that as an overflow parking area. Earlier this year, the property owner entered into an escrow agreement to sell that property to McGrath Corporation, who was looking to do a planning entitlement approval there, and to develop out that entire area. We had had really early communication with them about the overflow parking and the agreement that was already in place and whether or not they would be interested and or open to continuing some type of item like that through the development of their site. It's been a very good relationship. They've been very open and transparent with us. In fact, as they were going through their site plan review process, they were even willing to accommodate some adjustment within their design to have some off-site parking or outside of their secured fenced area. A small amount of parking, 48 stalls that would still be open, fully improved and paved, they would still be open to allowing the city to utilize through an appropriate lease agreement for overflow parking there. So as we were entering into the potential for discussions and something to see if it was going to work for them, if staff felt that it was something that could potentially work for the city, that we would of course deliver to council at the appropriate time if it trended in that direction. As we were having those discussions, the talk about just parking for Pioneer Village in general continued to come up, and the fact that there needs to be better on-site parking for Pioneer Village as well.
Oh, yeah.
And if you remember at the last meeting, council had made the recommendation about an ad hoc committee and additional discussions about parking and items that are happening at Pioneer Village. So this item here, what it does is we're looking for council to give us direction or official blessing to continue to move forward in these discussions here. First and foremost, to make sure that the council would be interested in us continuing conversations for potential overflow parking in partnership with McGrath once that area were to be fully developed. As I'd stated, it's really just 48 parking stalls, so not a large area that we're talking about, but still would provide some of that paved parking overflow. And then in addition to that, we're seeking council's direction or official direction for us to start the outreach efforts to formulate that ad hoc committee. And what that ad hoc committee, their very first assignment would be, is to start working with staff to have the discussions about both on-site parking and potential for other off-site or overflow parking options and opportunities. So trying to work together to then formulate these items at the appropriate time to come back to council with, for council to then consider the background, the research that's been done there, and if there's any type of agreements or expenses that would come along with that, of course, to deliver those items to council at that time. So that's the presentation that we have. We're looking for council to give us your weigh in on those two items there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
I have a quick question, Deputy City Manager. My concern is the parking. Do you feel that they're looking to give more space for parking? Is that something that possibly could be in the works? Because you're talking 48 parking stalls isn't gonna cut when you have an event that has about 1,000 people, where are they gonna park? So
That's where the discussion with the ad hoc committee really comes in about the on-site parking and making sure that we're going to be able to have adequate parking that, if you do need to utilize overflow, that it would be rare, right? We're trying to move away to being able to meet our need. The vast majority, if not all the time, is really the discussion that we want to have there. We have already started on the planning side to at least take a look at some areas that are on site for Pioneer Village to see how many parking stalls could be accommodated here, to at least be ready with some of that data. If council were to say, yes, absolutely, we want you to formulate an ad hoc committee, we want you to start having these discussions and put more time and energy into that. So it's the reason why we're bringing both of these things at the same time. We know that the 48 stalls ultimately that they came up with was very generous based upon the build out of their total site, because the build out from the very first item that they had showed to the city would not have accommodated any type of overflow parking. And that wasn't intentional. They were looking at a site. Here's the site plan that they were looking to move forward with. And then we approached them about potential for overflow parking. So the fact that they were willing to entertain anything and to make some adjustments to their site plan, I think showed a very good faith effort. But it's certainly 48 stalls certainly does not, provide 100, 200 type of stalls, which in all honesty was really the capacity that we had up to this point, even though it was on the unimproved dirt lot with the previous owner.
Any other questions?
I have a question. So are we talking about, forming an ad hoc committee that will establish and maybe get our city staff to analyze the amount of square footage we have in the park versus what we use for the park and what we use for the parking? Or are we actually gonna establish the ad hoc committee to formulate the cost and what we want as a city, what we feel is the better, because I feel that, I think when we're looking and getting the formulating the ad hoc committee, this community has been growing and growing with all these events, but at the same time, we want to look at what, let's take, I mean, we took analysis and we figured out how many people would fit in that park, but had we looked at the outer areas, and at the frontage and seen where we can actually accommodate more parking and how we can adjust it. And so when we talk about the ad hoc committee, what is going to be the drive for that ad hoc committee? And is our council going to be the one that's going to formulate the structure of what they're actually doing, or are we going to just formulate them and then they start bringing it to us? How are you looking at it, Rob?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, Councilmember, and it's actually both. So what we would be looking at with the ad hoc committee would be for them to not only formulate how many stalls we believe that we could fit within Pioneer Village, but what would that layout look like? Where do we think that it would make the most sense? What about the adjacent areas in between Golden State along the entryway into Pioneer Village? So to have discussions about placement, about capacity, about cost, and then also to have engagement with the Pioneer Village Commission, to have public engagement through these processes with the ad hoc committee as well. And the ad hoc committee, really the goal of having them involved is to have more of that public input. They, of course, would not be making any decisions. Everything that they do would be recommendational to the city council. But the intent there is for them to really do a lot of analysis that's going to paint a very wide breadth of detail along with what their recommendations are and the data and analysis behind those. That would then go, of course, before the Pioneer Village Commission. It would likely go before, at the appropriate time, before the Planning Commission for their recommendation as well, and then to the City Council for formal approval at the appropriate time.
And we could actually get numbers to what we would be paving and what the actual cost and the lighting. I know that we've had many events and we've always talked about, the lighting and, just how it's structured out, but they could actually come back to us and give us a recommendation of the cost factor so we could almost start thinking about budgeting it for the future.
Absolutely.
So I think
The
that's
number one reason why we wanted to come to council and ask your concurrence for us to take this direction is because of how intense we know that the analysis needs to be to bring you that type of information, that data behind it, to make the right choice. We did not want to put that much time and resource on the staff side into it without knowing that council was supportive of us taking that initiative and doing that.
And by doing this analysis, we can also actually start looking at applying for grants to adhere to our park, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds good to me.
Question? Good. Question here, what would, just so we don't step on toes here, the Pioneer Village Commission, do they know about this? Have they been approached, and what was their response?
Yes, so I did speak with them at our last meeting. Unfortunately, we weren't able to hold our most recent one due to me being out, but we did talk previously about the fact that the city was starting to work on a type of a project. At that time, I couldn't give them direction exactly at what we're looking at, but I did let them know that these conversations had begun and we were looking to do that. So I've had several of them, express interest in needing that even from the day that I took over the position. Hey, we need parking, we need parking. So I know that they're on board for moving forward. This is just the steps that we are going to have to take to be able to get to that. But they are also very aware that parking it's not just wanted, it's desperately needed. So
they're on board with an ad hoc committee. They don't see it as usurping their role with the city
I
to
didn't
advise the
directly
city.
discuss the ad hoc again, because that's what we're here today to discuss so that I can then talk with them, but they're fully aware that they will be a part of the process. Absolutely.
And then who would be like a typical member of the ad hoc committee, and how many members would it have?
We actually have not talked about the numbers. That's really more about public inclusion, so that we would have very good outreach and input as we're then taking it through the Pioneer Village Commission, planning commission as appropriate and to city council. So I think those that are civically interested would likely be the best, whether that's going to be business owners, maybe it's going to be vendors, someone that has utilized the park space before. You know, it really runs a large gamut, and I don't know if we would put any specific number on it and say that it needed to be capped at a certain number, because by its very definition, ad hoc is really just there to assist in bringing forward a project for formal approval to the
So
right
even
bodies.
Pioneer Village members could even apply for the ad hoc committee, the commission members. Is that true?
That I don't see why not.
Well, they
making
would,
decisions.
they would be involved in the process inherently.
Mhm.
You know, and probably the ad hoc committees meetings would take place in conjunction with the Pioneer Village Commission meetings as well. And I would even add that two council members would be more than welcome to be part of that committee as well. And then, yeah, I think we haven't talked about numbers, but you know, we don't want it to be too big, but we also want it to be representative of all the stakeholders, as Deputy City Manager mentioned, you know, vendors, members of the community who have historical attachment to the facility. I mean, just a wide gamut of individuals.
Would that be subject to the Brown Act, their meetings as well?
So at least for the ad hoc, I could speak to the ad hoc committee. Typically other cities, they'll have no more, you can't have a quorum, right? Because that does trigger Brown Act being applicable. So usually it's two council members, and then there's a lot of flexibility after that in terms of staff and members of the public. Really, the last thing is really just that the ad hoc committees need to have a defined kind of purpose that's met, and once that's accomplished, then it's done.
The planning commission, would they be, it would only be a couple people from the planning commission as well? Because then they're also subject to the Brown Act.
As long as you're not meeting quorum with
Okay.
those amounts.
And
of
that's
members.
really the goal of why we're trying to do this way, because we want to get that public engagement, like they said. We want to get as many people on here before it goes beyond or to the actual commissions for that, so that they're ready, because I mean, our planning commission and Pioneer Village commissions are full of phenomenal people, but the more people that we have input and help on this, you know, the better that we're going to serve our city. So that will serve as that to then go beyond or go to those commissions and then ultimately come to you guys for final approval.
Because the downtown business district, you know, I didn't want to be on that, even though, you know, we have a business downtown. Just because I'm up here on council, you know, I'm on the city council. So in terms of the Pioneer Village, I know we have to limit it to 2 council members. But I know it's very needed to move forward with Pioneer Village. And just while I'm thinking about it, Deputy City Manager, your first presentation tonight on the permitting, will that be sent to all the council members? The presentation?
I can do that, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And we have any discussion from the public tonight about this ad hoc committee for Pioneer Village? Anybody like to weigh in? Okay, could you step up, ma'am?
Hello, City Council staff and everybody. My name is Fermina Martinez, and I really like the proposal of more parking, but did you ever think of, instead of having it laid out flat, did you ever think of doing a tier? And you would have more parking and capability with that. I would just throw that suggestion to have more parking. And since I do go to the events here in Selma, and a lot of it out there is an exuberant mass of cars there. But if you thought of doing it in tiers, if you've seen on the news with Fresno City, how the college forever, you know, the parking's horrible, because I went to school there too. But if you ever thought about doing it in tiers, you'd get more of a capacity of cars. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, are you volunteering to be on this ad hoc committee? Some good
Can we get your
suggestions.
contact information?
I'm always open.
And that application
Thank
will
you.
be on the
No, and
website?
I think that was the perfect example of why we wanted to have an ad hoc committee, is so that we can get the feedback of everybody, so that there might be things we might not think about. And this gives us the opportunity to be as prepared as possible.
And that application will be on the website, the city website?
Yes, it
Great.
will.
Okay, anybody on Zoom, on the phone who would like to say anything? All right, with that, we'll bring it back to the council. If we don't have any more discussion, is there a motion to approve the ad hoc committee formation?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
All right. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Robertson, yes.
Sorry, Mayor, did the council want to appoint the members at this point or?
I thought there's applicant, no, just.
Okay.
Sounds like they're at the initial stages
Oh, I
in
see. Sorry.
the formation process. With that, we've been at it for an hour, 15 minutes. It's okay. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and resume the meeting. We will resume item 5, considering approval of a 3-year agreement with the Chriscom Company for legislative advocacy services.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. As you are aware, Chriscom is our current legislative advocacy consultant, our lobbyist, and both at the state level and at the federal level. They have been instrumental over the last few years in helping the city achieve its goals at the legislative level, as well as on the budgetary side with special earmark requests. Unfortunately, their contract expired with the city, and so we had to go back out and issue an RFQ to be able to hire to consider other options. And when we issued the RFQ, we received 5 responses from different consulting firms, both for legislative advocacy and grant writing. We decided to package the 2 together or give respondents an option to submit for either one or the other. And as staff reviewed those proposals, we scored them. And we, on the grant writing side, there was unfortunately nobody that we felt from the respondents that really addressed the needs that the city of Selma had with regard to grant writing, with regard to infrastructure grants, with regard to project management on the grant proposals that we were successful with. Nothing that was really developed that the staff was looking for. On the legislative advocacy side, Chriscom clearly stood above the rest, and certainly, you know, we know they're a known quantity. In effect, we know what we would get from them, which is the utmost professionalism, extremely hard work. They have a great staff who is always responsive. They're always on the ball. They keep us updated. I have a standing call with the Chief Operating Officer, Jason Segan, and he is just extremely helpful in navigating through, you know, Sacramento and at the federal level as well. And, you know, I think I've mentioned, we've talked quite a few times about the successes we've had this year with the $4.5 million that we received from the state for the fire station. SB 2782, I think, is the bill for the EIFD. And previous to my time here, they were successful in obtaining other funds for different projects as well. But I'll let Chuck Jaloyan, who's the president of the company, speak a little bit more to that. But we are recommending at this time a 3-year agreement with Chriscom with the option of renewing for 1-year terms up to 2 additional years, depending on their performance and all those factors. So that is what staff is requesting council consider tonight. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Chuck Jaloyan for his presentation.
Okay, I'm back. Chuck Jaloyan with the Chriscom Company. I also want to reintroduce Carol Sarian because of COVID. We haven't been here in a while. And Emily has been with us now for 3 years. And so we're just delighted to be here. Couple of really neat anniversaries. Our company turned 25 years old this year. And December 7 years ago is when he hired us. So this is our 7th year anniversary being here in Selma. You know, I'm really here to answer questions, and certainly I can go over the, you know, what's going on up in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., and I'm happy to do that. But I want to thank Fernando and his staff. These guys have, you know, they had a very good process. It was a lot of work to put together a response, and your staff did a great job, very professional, handled everything very, very well. And we feel very fortunate to be here and to be recommended to the policymakers today. Couple little things. It's very difficult to, you know, stand here and toot our horn, but we're judged by what we do. And again, you know, Fernando was very helpful in mentioning some of our recent events. But over the last 7 years, we haven't brought 7 figures, we brought 8. And I think we've been a very good return on investment. But again, the policymakers, all of you folks have to have the confidence in us to do the work. And we're an addendum to you. We're like a good vitamin B shot. We have to keep it going. And sometimes people call us the quarterback, but your team has been extremely responsive, and we're very grateful for the things we were able to do. We've never asked for a rate increase in 7 years. Fernando is a tough cookie. He's trying to lock us in for 5 or 3 more without a rate increase, and I think we can do that. The city is very important to us. We've also done some other things in the city. I remember years ago, we worked really hard with staff to get the boot barn over here. We've consulted here around this table many times about economic development. And so our role as your advocate, we're your cheerleader. We've got 5 people all the time on this project up here. And the firefighters are going to beat me up if I don't tell them when they're going to get their money. They're whispering in my ear, I don't know, but it's coming, I promise. And what's more important than public safety, and our residents deserve that here. The update I can give you is probably nothing you don't know about the elections. We're going to have a little different change in our community. We are going back now to, we have Jim Costa as our member of Congress, and we've got Anna as our senator, and we've got, of course, Joaquin Arambula, who's going to be our assembly member. So that's all set. We'll be going up to Sacramento in January when everything's going to get cooking again. They go on 2-year terms. And so we have to, what have you done for us lately? We have to work with staff, figure out what some of our issues are going to be. It's still going to be Democrat leadership in Sacramento. And over on the federal side, it's going to most likely be mixed, right? It's going to be Republicans in the House, possibly. Well, that's for sure. And then in the Senate, it's most likely going to be a very tight, Democrat group. And, I think that can work in our favor a little bit, as Fernando was talking about infrastructure. We've got some leaders that are going to be from the Valley here, most likely, if the new House Speaker is elected by his peers. He touches the Central Valley. Also, Assemblymember Rivas is going to be the next Speaker of the Assembly, and he's also from the Central Valley. So usually those folks are usually from the Bay Area or down in Southern California. So it's very interesting, the speaker right now that we had to work with very closely. He's down in Hollywood, he's down in Southern California. And so he's going to be remaining until this term is over, this 6 months, and then we'll have a new speaker coming in. So we've got a lot on our plate. I'm very happy to talk about a few other things if you'd like me to, but I'm really here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks for that. Yeah. So did you just want to field questions, Chuck, or did you have any prepared?
Yeah, whatever you
projects
want
that
to do,
you're
Mayor.
working
No,
on?
basically, we're just talking about, I think we touched on a lot. We're not going to be doing any grant writing. This is for advocacy, both in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. There's a budget deficit that they're projecting in Sacramento this year to the tune of about $25 billion. But remember, this last year, they had a huge windfall. And so the way the money's being spent, it's just a lot of hands-on work. If the council ever needs to get up there or would like to, we need to work with staff to identify the projects we're going to go after now. It'll be very exciting. I think we're one of the only communities, my goodness, that, our police station is relatively new. We're gonna have a new fire station. We got some stormwater money. And so, but again, it's when the policymakers, direct us on what to do. So we look very forward to, after the holidays, sitting with staff and council and figuring out what your legislative priorities are. And that's really what we need to do right now.
And that's what we've been doing every year.
Yeah.
We had a talk with the city manager up here. We asked to meet with the electeds, at least the staffers from their office, about the upcoming budget. none of us, a couple of us ran, a few of us, three of us ran, so the selection hasn't been certified yet, so we'll know after the 8th probably who stays on, who doesn't. But after that, I think it'd be really important to have that meeting, and hopefully we can have everybody, including Chriscom, involved in that. And I have to say, worked with Jason for a long time, and he's as well as you, Chuck. And 7 years, all the faces have changed in here except for a few. But you're a constant here, and thank you for continuing to compete for the business and going through the RFQ. I mean, I just think it makes you stand out more. And the fire station, that was a real win for our city, and you guys were a big part of that. It was great hearing from our state senator. She called me on that weekend, so I want you to be the first one to know this, but you're getting that $4.5 million for the new fire station. And I think we can do even better. We can keep getting, there's more money even with the deficit. You're going to be more valuable than ever to the city to find those areas of funding. With Speaker Rivas, just a question. Is he from the Valley? Is he from?
Yeah,
here?
he's further north than we are, but he touches the valley. So, and then he goes out to the coast. So his district is kind of an western area, a little north of here. And we may have provided you most of his, we can send staff the exact district, but we're right in the sweet spot for I believe the water issues, the infrastructure issues, he's going to understand what's needed up here. It's going to be very important.
So it's going to be water and infrastructure, and how about transportation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the feds are looking at a lot of transportation issues right now, a lot of infrastructure issues right now. And maybe the complement, if you have a full-time grant writer, would be as they pursue X amount of dollars for certain infrastructure projects, we could pursue it, with our members of Congress. Mr. Costa has been around a long time in Washington, D.C. He used to be in Sacramento, as I'm sure you know. And he's got friends on both sides of the aisle. He's right there trying to work with everybody to make it work.
Yeah.
He enjoys a very good reputation, and we look very forward. We're meeting with people we just met the other day with some of his office folks, and we have to keep continuing to do that. But we're ready for the challenges ahead if you are. So
sounds good. Thank you.
Chuck, I have something to say.
Sure.
First, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the 4 years I've been in office, and Jason has been wonderful. He's we requested a couple of times and we had to go and lobby for our city, and you and Jason have accompanied us and had given us good response. So I really thank you for the hard work you guys have been putting into the city, and every time we've called and you guys have produced. So I really appreciate that, and the fact that you guys work really well with our staff means a lot. So good communication, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Appreciate the good words.
I just want to echo the sentiments as well. I met with Jason, and this EIFD was huge. And so
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Your staff worked really hard on that too, and kept
Oh.
kicking us every day.
Thank you so much. I know Jason's been a pleasure also to work with. And when I met with them, I was like, can you tell me how a bill becomes a law? I said, I don't want to know like the little cartoon, but he explained the whole process. And so he's
Good.
very open to explaining like the whole process of what happens when you guys go up to Sacramento. And so
Nice.
it'd be
Yeah,
nice to go up there.
Our firm is growing, and you're going to meet one or two other people that are going to be working for you in Sacramento soon. So I think that's really good. We're getting younger people on board too, which is really good. No, but yeah. No, it's important to do. So thank you.
Thank you so much for everything.
And Chuck, I just like to say the same thing, echo what the mayor, the council members are saying. I've been here 4 years as well, and I want to thank you and Jason always being such a great partner to our city and doing what you do. We want to continue to grow, and God willing, you'll bring us something else, and we'll keep working at it. But thank you. Thank your whole staff, and look forward to meeting the rest of the staff.
Will do. Thank you very much. Okay. Sit down.
Get over for me. Thank you also.
Do we have any comments from the public? Would they like to ask Mr. Jaloyan any questions or make a comment at this point? Or weigh in on this topic at all?
Jim Abelow, 1701 Dunable. Chuck, when I met Chuck a long time ago with the project with the police station, you know, first of all, I apologize for putting a lot of pressure on you, okay, Chuck? Okay. No, Chuck came through with it, you know, and then with the, you know, fire station here, he come through again, you know, you have to admire people that come through when it's tough times are tough times, and you have to admire these people, the contacts they make with the staff. They have good staff to facilitate some of these issues in state and federal government. And I'm here as a citizen, but Chuck, also, I'm here as a citizen. If you need my assistance, people that I have contacts with, the people you just named, I do know them, honestly, on the federal government level and state. I'm willing to step up to the plate and help with no charge, free to help the community, no charge. Maybe a cup of coffee or something. I don't know much. Might negotiate that one there, but no, I'm serious. Because I know what you've done for our community, and I'm willing to step up to the plate and help our community, and also help you as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Avalos, did you have anything actually for the council you'd like to say? Do you have anything for us or any item, anything you'd like to comment on? Mr. Avalos has a prior personal relationship with Mr.
Oh, yes, I do
Jaloyan, so
have.
he's
Yes, we
usually
go back
comments
a
are
long ways,
directed at the
guys.
council.
It's the context, you know, it's very important as the people in the council make these contacts with the federal and state level, and also staff members in the local government levels, agencies and stuff like this. Even our staff members that work for the city, you know, including fire, police, and staff members that do work with the city, have to make these contact with individuals and make our city more proud and more prosperous. So it's what we do and how we do it and get it done. And I thank you guys for what you guys do up there. Thank you.
Any other comments? Do we have anybody on Zoom? On the phone? Okay, with that, we'll bring this back. And is there a motion to
I'll
consider?
make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Item 6, consider approval of a new master salary schedule reflecting new job classifications and changes to pay rates for existing job classifications.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, Chuck and staff. I do have a presentation once the acting city clerk is able to put that on the screen for the benefit of those joining us on Zoom and in the audience. As you heard earlier today, staff conducted a very comprehensive master salary schedule update that was based on a compensation study that that the city council approved during closed session, and which was reported after the end of that closed session today. I'd like to just give the public a brief overview of what that compensation study was, what it entailed, and what the result of that study was, with the result being, of course, the master salary schedule update, which we're going to be posting if the council so approves, on the website and to our staff as well. So as I explained during the closed session council, the council's direction a few months ago was to seek to establish the city's compensation for all employees at the 60th percentile benchmark, so that we can be an employer of choice here in the Valley and in our surrounding area. And what that means is that being at the 60th percentile, that we pay competitive salaries and generally more than 60% of the like agencies around us. and only 40% pay more than what we do. And in order to achieve that 60th percentile, we surveyed 20 different agencies, and I'll provide the list of who those agencies were. We also received direction from council previously on future studies, which would entail a full-scale classification study, which means that we would look really closely at each job description, at each job classification that we have within the city's master salary schedule to make sure that the responsibilities, that the qualifications, and that the pay all align, and that they are consistent with what other communities around us do and what they pay. And then certainly the goal is to continue to work gradually towards a higher percentile as the budget allows. And, you know, one of the options that was presented at a previous meeting was the 75th percentile. And while we are not in a position fiscally right now to accommodate being in the 75th percentile, it's certainly a goal that the council would like to achieve. And we do believe that in order to attract the best, the highest quality employees, we need to take salary out of the equation when employees are deciding to join the city of Selma. And I believe that we can achieve that with being at least at the 60th percentile, which means that we pay above average. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the comparison agencies that we looked at are 20 in total. They represent not only similar and surrounding agencies, but also agencies that we occasionally lose employees to. You know, some would look at this list and say, you know, why isn't Parlier, bless you, Chief, why wouldn't we look at Parlier, or why wouldn't we look at, you know, a closer city, you know, around us, you know, just because of the geographic proximity? Well, that's one consideration, but we also look at population size, but we also look at the competition and who people are leaving to join. For example, you know, previously we were losing a lot of folks to the County of Fresno Sheriff's Office. We've lost folks to Reedley. We've lost folks to Hanford and Kerman, or excuse me, not Kerman, Kingsburg and Lemoore. City of Fresno, absolutely, with their police department and the budget changes that they've continued to make there, has caused quite a bit of turnover, not just at the City of Selma, really at all small agencies. But if you could go back, please, Acting City Clerk. You know, when you look at a place like City of Clovis or City of Fresno, you might think, well, there's no way that the City of Selma can compete with either of those cities, and it's absolutely true. The purpose of having such a large sample of communities is that the influence of those communities within the data is reduced by having a larger sample of communities to choose from. So it's not like we're saying, let's pay what City of Fresno or City of Clovis pay. It's let's add them to the mix. And with the other communities, for example, like Los Banos or Sanger, who pay a little lower, it's all going to balance out and get us to a number that is very reasonable and attainable for the City of Selma. And then you'll see Kings Canyon Unified School District and Selma Unified School District there as well. We looked at those agencies primarily for the admin staff, as well as the maintenance workers, the groundskeepers, because they do have lots of those positions, similar to what our public works staff do here at the City of Selma. Next slide, please. So the approach that we took with this compensation study was we didn't look necessarily at what each one of those agencies was paying each of the jobs or classifications that we have at the City of Selma. What we did was we looked at certain benchmark positions, with those benchmarks then setting the standard or the baseline for other related positions. So for example, a benchmark for the accounting clerk series would be the account clerk 2. And so the account clerk 2 is generally your journey level position, with your account clerk 1 being your entry level, and then your accounting technician being the advanced journey, and then your accountant being more of a supervisor, right? So if you know what the account clerk 2 is paying, then you can say, well, the account clerk 1 should be 10% below that. And so there's a clear rationale and a relationship between all of the positions, and nobody is left wondering, okay, well, how did we come up with the amount that we should pay account clerk 1? And why is it so close or so far from account clerk 2? We're eliminating that issue, which is an issue with our current compensation structure. It's all been very arbitrary, but pretty much based on negotiations with the bargaining units. What we're trying to achieve with the rationale that we've developed with this compensation structure is to eliminate the need to even negotiate salaries, because it's always going to be clear what the numbers are, and we're going to be updating them regularly to make sure that we're not falling behind that 60th percentile that City Council wants to keep. And so it's all going to be transparent. We're going to, with the council's approval earlier, now we can disseminate this full compensation study. Everyone can see all of the positions that we compared to and what those positions are being paid in other cities that we surveyed. So the goal is to be very transparent. And if one pay level changes for one position, then that's necessarily going to impact the pay level for a related position similar. We have firefighters in the room, firefighters would be related to the fire engineer. And so that internal pay equity is always going to be maintained. And then it makes it easier for city staff in our HR department administration to stay up to date because we don't need to go and survey every position. We can just survey those benchmarks on a regular basis and determine the pay scales that way. And so, like I mentioned before, that also eliminates the arbitrary pay increases and decreases that we have seen in the past with MOU negotiations. Next slide, please. I know for the public, this is probably hard to see, but I'll explain what these colorful columns mean. So the very last column, the top step to the average of the market, what that means is that the column just before that, which is Selma to 60th percentile percent, we compared what we currently pay at the City of Selma at the top step of each of those benchmark positions, compared it to what the market shows for at the 60th percentile. And generally, if we are within 5% of the 60th percentile, it shows a green competitive cell next to it. But if it's outside of 5% below the 60th percentile, then it shows the red below cell. And you can see that by and large, most of our positions are below that 60th percentile mark, and some of them by quite a bit. Community services officer, for example, is 15% below the 60th percentile right now. And most of them are, even the ones that say competitive, those are also below, but they're still within 5% of the 60th percentile. I think the only two are numbers 8 and 9, clerical assistant and community services officer, that or code enforcement officer, sorry, that are currently above the 60th percentile. So that's kind of what we were dealing with. We're dealing with very underpaid staff, in some cases underpaid by a pretty wide margin. And so it's going to take quite a bit to get us back up to a competitive level. Next slide, please. So when we talk about what it's going to take to get us back up to that competitive level, here is the estimated budget impact. And the recommendation, as you've read in the staff report, Council, is for us to make this pay scale retroactive to July 1st of this year, meaning the start of the current fiscal year. What that would entail for the general fund is an estimated impact of $843,000 to $1.1 million. And I'm working with ranges here because it's impossible to predict the exact impact, because we have staff who are coming in, we have staff who are leaving, people getting step increases, all those kinds of things that are variable that change what that impact is going to be. But in general, between the general fund, ambulance fund, Measure S, transit service, and all of our other funds that we pay salaries out of for these positions, the total estimated impact is going to be anywhere between 1.172 million to 1.528 million. So that is the amount, 1.528 million on the high end that we're requesting the council to increase the current fiscal year budget by to accommodate these salary increases retroactive to July 1st. You know, this would be the impact whether we pass this budget increase on July 1st or if we passed it, if the council decided to pass it today. But we put in quite an effort, and I would like to say and just show my appreciation to our staff who worked extremely hard, our administrative staff who worked extremely hard to update the numbers, because just as we were, you know, finalizing this report, other cities increased their salaries as well. So we had to go back and update ours to make sure that we're not using outdated data. And Tiffany and Miriam and Christina and our HR staff and really a whole bunch of other folks when the city worked really hard last week and the week before to make sure we had really good numbers to present to council. So thank you to everyone. And also, if you could advance to the next slide, please, Acting City Clerk. You know, the bargaining units and the employee unions were extremely great to work with throughout this whole process. They were extremely understanding of the length of time that this took because it did take longer than we anticipated, but we wanted to do it right. We had to change course a couple of times because we didn't like the approach that either our consultant was taking or we wanted to make sure that we were getting the right data and updated data. So it took a little bit longer, but all of the bargaining units, all the employee unions were extremely understanding. They were great to work with, and I haven't received any opposition to what we've proposed. And we did consult with all of them to get their feedback throughout the entire process. So as a result of, if the council decides to adopt the revised master salary schedule as proposed, every employee would be receiving an increase at this time. Certainly not all increases will be equivalent because it depends on where each employee is on the step range currently and whether their position has kept up with the market over time. As we saw on a previous slide, some of those have kept up a little bit better than others. We're also proposing an additional step to our current 5-step range. So right now we have a salary schedule that establishes 5 steps from A through E. We're proposing A through F to be able to provide additional growth opportunities for our employees and to make sure that we're not maxing out too early and that we're staying competitive and ahead of the curve on the 60th percentile. What we found is that this is the 6-step or more program or step range is actually increasingly common within the agencies that we surveyed. So it's not anything really groundbreaking or new. And I think that's all I have. I might have one more slide for questions. Any questions?
City Manager, anybody on council have questions for the city manager at this point or comments?
I have a quick comment. I just want to thank our city manager and our staff for this lengthy compensation study. We've never had one or anything similar to this, and this is really going to help us be competitive in our salaries and for all our employees. And it's going to help with the retention, and hopefully, you know, we're going to get back in the game with all these positions that we have. So I want to thank you guys for all your hard work.
Absolutely.
Can I say, I'd like to thank our city manager, all our department heads. This process started maybe about 6 months ago. And, you know, when you start looking at what it takes, you know, voting to get people what they're actually being paid or what they should be get paid. It's a hard fought when you have to get people to start understanding what the actual process is and why. And it's not a personal thing. It's actually to compensate our employees and to get a rate of return and to actually hold people accountable, but give them what they're worth. And but it doesn't stop there. It actually starts with our staff. You know, our staff has got the numbers, got the analysis, and it speaks volume. It speaks volume because our staff did their own analysis and they went and they got the information. And you know, words can, means a lot when we say, we appreciate you, but we're not paying you. And this here speaks volume. So I not only commend you, city manager, for your long drive, your hard work. I commend your staff, but you guys are a team. And the team means a lot. Selma's team is, stepping up. So I commend you guys. This is so long vetted. We've needed this for so long. So I appreciate all the hard work, and just seeing us voting for this is really good. It really makes my day. Thank you.
Your comments?
I just want to echo what Councilmember Trujillo and Councilmember Guerra said. Thank you so much for this hard work. I know it doesn't, it's a tough job. And when I came on board and it had been years since the study had been done, I knew that you had your work cut out for you, and you did a great job. You and the staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I definitely want to say thank you to the staff for your hard work. Great job. Way to go. Thank you, city manager. Really good job. And, I've seen that LAFCO, they've done a study like this. The Fresno County's done a study like this. They've increased the salaries. And I just love it that we're going to actually have people here to watch the vote tonight, because this was mentioned. There were a lot of words going around, and, there were words that I voted against pay increases, and some employee groups turned against me after many years of being for the employee groups. So I'm looking forward to tonight's vote. And the budget effect, one of the issues that I had with this, and the reason that I had concerns initially, was because we were using American Rescue Plan money to fund this increase. So we're elected to watch over the money. We're fiduciaries. We have to watch the money and of taxpayer funds. And one of the rules is you don't use one-time money for continuing operating expenses. So the city will be using for this year to fund this, it will be using American Rescue Plan money, which is one-time money. I disagree with that. However, I think it's overriding. It's more important that we get the payroll of the employees in line and get it moving and get it right. And then we keep moving forward with the city, which is a juggernaut from a sales tax standpoint of $9.5 million a year. We're the largest South County city in terms of sales tax. So we have to keep doing that. We have to keep doing the right things commercially in order to build that general fund, because the increase in the salaries needs to come from the general fund, not one-time money. We've also, speaking of words, we've been told that there's 20 million floating around the city in the local area investment fund. And I've been asking for an actual breakdown of the local area investment fund, so we could actually see that in writing and do an analysis of the local area investment fund, known as the LEAF. And I know that that's out there, and I know we'll get that. But Selma has, when I started in 2012, we had a credit card that we had to put our money on at the end of the year, a TRAN, and it was a 7% interest rate. And since then, we've clawed our way back to a 20% reserve. So these are hard fought victories. And I think we're starting to see the fruits of that. We're starting to see the benefit of being really sound fiscal managers of your money. And I think tonight we take a step forward. And I think it's important to note as well that the budget effect on this with the ARPA money is going to be around 1.1 to actually 1.5 million. It could have been higher, but we don't have the employees to pay at this point. So hopefully this salary increase will attract more employees, and we will get more employees so that we can fully staff our city. Transit services, we're not going to have that anymore. That's going away. But I think with this, we can keep reaching out and we can keep being our best as a city. And I'm really hopeful for this. I think this is a great item, and it's very hopeful. Do we have any comments from the public at this time about the increase?
Hi, Hi, Selena Martinez. My family lives in District 4. I just wanted to clarify that the regional rural transit is ending because of this pay increase. Did I understand that correctly?
The regional what?
Transit, you said was ending?
Oh, the transit services through the FCRTA, that's going to be going in a different direction. I was just informed by the director today.
Okay, where can we find that information online?
It'll be on the FCRTA website probably
Okay.
at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Sala, 1701 Danuba Avenue. It's been a while since I retired from the city, but I worked in human resources, and doing a salary survey was crazy, to say the least, trying to get all these agencies, and we didn't do 20 agencies. So I commend staff for this huge project, because I know it had to have been. And I would encourage a unanimous vote by the council to give these increases to staff, because it's like you've all mentioned, we're at the bottom of the barrel. Nobody wants to come to Selma, or they come here to get trained and then they leave because they're not making the kind of money that's needed to support their families and to encourage them to stay, to encourage upward mobility in their departments. So having the pay at a reasonable 60% is, like you said, 75 would be better, but 60 is a good place to start so that you are above average compared to the other agencies. And when we did salary surveys, we only went with cities who were our size. So including groups that were bigger, but like you said, taking our employees to bear all that in mind is just, you put a lot of thought into it, and it's very obvious. And I think you guys did a great job.
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I think 60% is positive. FCTRA going another direction. What is that per annual year going into the general fund that we will no longer have? What was the amount per year?
City manager, did you get a dollar amount on that for the general fund?
We will be losing that, correct? Because if they're going to a different direction, meaning maybe possibly another city, kind of sad to hear that we're losing that money going into this general fund. I just like to calculate how much we're going to be losing in the general fund per year.
Mayor, that's the first that I've heard about that personally, so I can't speak to that or the budget impact. So it's certainly something I can, reach out to FCRTA about, or if you'd like to provide more information.
Great. Yeah, maybe you could deal with Director Moses Stites on that. Is he made a point to give me a call today and say he was moving that way. And it is not transit services that are going away.
No, it's
We're
just
gonna
the
keep
general,
transit services.
the
It's-
money that comes into the general
Yeah, it's
fund
the
that we
city
do.
doing the employment
Correct,
for the
correct.
FCRTA.
I may be saying it incorrectly, but I'm generally thinking there's something coming in that we do collect, correct?
Yes, and
Thank you.
that'll be confirmed through the director of the FCRTA. Any other comments? We have anybody online? On the phone? Okay.
SPOA, if you can unmute your mic.
Hello, this is Christian Gizar with the Police Officers Association. I just wanted to commend the city manager and mirror what a lot of the council has said today. I appreciate the unification, everybody's response to the survey. I think everybody worked really hard. The city manager was extremely transparent and communicative with the POA. And I just wanted to say that I appreciate everybody's comments and I look forward to the vote. Thank you.
That it? Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. And I will ask for.
Make a motion?
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo. Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, that will move on to the consideration of approval of an agreement for police dispatch services between the City of Selma and City of Parlier. Should we give this a round of applause for increasing powers? Yeah, good job. Yes, well deserved. Okay, the next item is to consider approval of an agreement for police dispatch services between the City of Selma and City of Parlier.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll try to make this short, but it's pretty straightforward. We came to the council on November 7th of this year to seek approval to look into entering into or looking at an agreement between ourselves, the City of Selma and the City of Parlier to provide law enforcement public safety dispatch services to the City of Parlier. After doing so and speaking with all the people who would be necessary to make that happen, we found that we feel strongly that our staff would be able to support those services to the City of Parlier. I would like to say additionally, it's very it's kind of a coincidence. The last two agenda items kind of tie into this item in that CRISCOM helping the city get funding for a new police department and that infrastructure, as well as this item 7 that just passed, making our public safety dispatchers and all of our employees have a more competitive pay salary that will help with retention, that will help us provide those are infrastructure necessities that are greatly important to be able to provide a service like this to the City of Parlier. What it does for our staff as well is it really challenges them and enhances their professional development and growth, which is we're very excited to be entering into this agreement with your approval. But what I would say that is, from my knowledge, we've lost a lot of great dispatchers to other agencies that have come to Selma and learned how to dispatch and become quite efficient at it and gone on to other agencies and then become supervisors and then work themselves into executive management as well. So to be able to retain that expertise and that knowledge is what makes me feel confident that our staff is not only going to be able to provide a better quality service to the City of Parlier, but as well as the City of Selma, but it's really going to allow their professional growth. And I think it's going to really create the ability for them to buy into something and build something, which then enhances retention. And then just the overall morale here in the City of Selma, because I know we have some great employees and it's great to see them take on this new challenge. So.
Thank you for that report, Chief. Do we have any questions or any consideration, any items anyone would like to bring up at this point on council? Do we have any comments from the public or any questions about providing dispatch services to the City of Parlier for the police department? We have anybody on the phone? Okay. Have public comment?
Hi, it's Selena Martinez. My family lives in District 4. Sorry, this is for the previous item.
We can't talk about.
You
Well,
can't.
no,
Just a
yes, we
question,
can.
just a
Yes, we
question,
can.
because
Yes, we
it kind
can.
of went out of order.
Sorry, Selena, no problem.
No,
Go
I just
for it.
wanted to get a question. It's really great that the city did a lot of research to increase the salary to be more competitive so that we don't lose great people. I'm just wondering too, on the side of the, I guess the City of Selma, what the federal minimum wage is. Like other cities have been like increasing it to 15 because the federal minimum wage is like $7.25, $7.50. So I'm just wondering, just for the people in general coming to Selma and having good jobs, if the city is ever considering to have like that standard of $15 an hour. I'm not sure what it is here. So just throwing that out there. And because that would also be really good for the community and the people if they're paid more, because I know the medium income for people of Selma is lower than the federal level and the state. I think it's about 42,000 last time I checked. So that's really low for just a citizen. And just for the dispatch services to Parlier, that's great that we can help another community. But I was just wondering, like fiscally, maybe I missed it, how much, I guess, does Parlier pay the Selma PD? And I guess what that,
190,000 a year.
190,000 a year. Okay,
the
thank
proposed
you.
amount. Thank you. City Manager, did you want to address her first? Celine, Ms. Martinez's first issue?
Yeah, absolutely. So if I understand the question correctly, it's with regard to minimum wage that's paid to city employees rather than community-wide. So after the 1st of January, because we are an employer of more than 26 employees, our minimum wage or the minimum wage that we're required to pay will be $15.50. There are a few positions that will be at that minimum wage that are currently at the $15 minimum wage. And there's a couple of others that are close to that in the $16, $17 range. But our minimum wage will be $15.50 come January 1st.
Thank you for that. And there are only a couple of positions you say that are actually at that wage. The rest are higher.
It's mostly part-time and per diem employees.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments at this time? Anybody on the phone, on Zoom? That will bring the matter back to council. If there's no more discussion, is there a motion to consider approval of this agreement?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right. Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
and Robertson, yes. Item 8, consideration of a resolution approving an amendment to the existing development agreement by and between the City of Selma and Selma Crossings LLC.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. The item before us today is a consideration of a resolution that would approve an amendment to the existing development agreement by and between the City of Selma and the Selma Crossings LLC. Currently, as you can see within the attachment associated with the item here, we do have a current development agreement with the Selma Crossings, which is a project that is mixed use. It's a phased development of about 3.5 million square feet of commercial retail, office visitor serving commercial and residential uses. The development agreement was entered into by the city on March 5th of 2018, and it had a term of 15 years as identified in section 107 of the agreement. That current expiration date would make that March 5th of 2033. However, due to the impacts that really started with COVID and some long-standing concerns and impacts that you've seen to development across the board, the developers recently approached the city and really wanted to highlight their continued commitment that they want to be here and they want to continue to work with the city. But they are requesting that we extend that term out to 25 years. So we add 10 years to that existing term onto the development agreement, which would place the expiration date to March 5th of 2043. There is no fiscal impact associated with the city of doing this. It would simply take the existing agreement and add 10 years onto the date. No other changes within the existing agreement are being requested or recommended at this time. Staff is recommending the city council approve the resolution that would allow that amendment to go out to a 25-year period that would change the current expiration date to March 5th of 2020. And that concludes staff's presentation. Answer any questions that you have.
Thank you for that. Does staff have any questions for Deputy City Manager Terry on this item?
I have a quick question. Okay, the contract is with the developer, Tim Jones, correct?
Correct.
If he was to sell this property in 5 years, does the agreement continue to go with the new buyer, or is it null and void because it's a new buyer?
The development agreement is attached to the approved entitlement. So if he were to sell the project, the development agreement is associated to the project.
Would this make the land potentially more valuable for resale?
That's
more marketable, maybe?
That's a tough question in all honesty. I mean, because that is very market driven. So I don't think that I could answer that one honestly. I think that any type of assurance that's placed on any type of development and something that provides more consistency, I think can certainly help projects long term. What that might mean for the economics of it would really be dependent upon the market.
Just help me understand the reason that the development fees are are in place, or the development agreement is in place, is to set in stone, to freeze, if you will, the impact or development fees that are charged as of the date that that agreement is signed, if that's part of the agreement. And reading this agreement, the development fees that were in effect on March 5th of 2018 are frozen in time. And those would be charged no matter when they develop this land, whether it was 2023 or at this stage, if we council approve this 2043, the development fees would be the same. And to me, that's one of the attractions, one of the benefits of having a development agreement.
Yeah, I would agree.
I
That's
can
certainly one of those
answer that,
consistencies.
Deputy City Manager. Actually, what that clause in the contract states, or what it entails, is that the development impact fees that are in effect, meaning not the actual amount of the fees, because those go up all the time. It's the fees are charged at the time that the building permits are pulled. What this does is we can't add any additional impact fees to the project. So if at the time that this contract was signed, there was no fee for new off ramps on, Golden State, then we can't go now charge that fee. But that's not to say that if we're continuing to having to increase our development impact fees to keep up with inflation and those things, they would have to pay the fees, the amount of the fees that are in effect at that time that they pull building permits.
So
And I clarified that with the developer.
I see that the permits are priced when they pull them,
Mhm.
right? The permits, and then the processing fees are charged at the time the application is pulled. But the development impact fees, developers shall only pay the city those legally enforceable development impact fees and exactions which are in effect as of the effective date.
Mhm.
So is that why people have development agreements, in order to have cost certainty or development certainty, or why would they?
Yeah,
why
I
would
think
they sign
from
these
the
things?
developer side, it's more of a, the city can't come back, 10 years later and say, well, now you have to do this as part of your development. Now you have to do that.
Gotcha.
It's the
Like sewer
certainty-
upgrade.
Yeah.
Like if there was an upgrade that we decided on in 2024 after 2018, they wouldn't be responsible for that.
Not if those development impact fees to pay for those upgrades were not in place at the time that we
Got it.
signed this agreement.
Thank you for that clarification, City Manager.
So explain to me why this is a benefit to our city.
Well, it creates that certainty, right? And for this developer, because nothing is developed at this, and generally speaking, let me back up, development agreements are in the 20 to 30 year range, to give properties time to actually develop, especially a property of that size. I think it's over 600 acres, if I'm not mistaken. But the reason we're extending it is to allow the developer to continue to work on attracting clients and attracting people who will actually build out that project or that vacant land, without him having to say, well, this agreement is only valid for another 5 years or whatever it is. So it's good for the city because it provides us certainty as to what's actually going to be required of any development that goes out there. And so it creates certainty on both ends.
And is there any cons?
Well, I think the cons probably would have had to been considered when the development was, or the development agreement was first entered into. And those cons would have been, since we are in this agreement and things come up, other needs for infrastructure come up, well, this developer is not going to be on the hook for those additional needs that have come up between now and then. Yeah.
That's the issue that I have. I that's a good point, that it's good for cost certainty for the city as well. I agree with that. It's just, to me, it's outweighed by the city leaving too much money on the table for 25 years for an area that's an orchard now, without any kind of, there are possibilities that Mountain View will get developed. I hope so. I hope that area comes into play. I hope that tax increment financing, that EIFD, that everybody works so hard on, I think that would be a great, awesome place for it. And that takes about 5 years, I think, according to the folks that presented it from Cosmont. So I see that long-term strategy, and I think that's a good thing. At the same time, gosh, 25 years is a long time for a development fee.
And it's only 10 years more than what the current agreement currently states is, I think is the point of the extension, just to give them another 10 years to be able to attract.
Did he, to the degree that you can discuss this, because I know these are, business strategies, are there any opportunities in a general sense that the city could be looking at in the future at Selma crossings that are potentials?
Can you expand on that?
I can't, because it's probably be privileged
Projects that
the
we're
developers
trying
are
to
telling
attract,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, is there anything that's
Oh.
coming around there?
I personally know that there have been interested parties in developing out there. A lot of it has just come down to the cost of the land or the infrastructure. I think developing or upgrading Clarkson Lift Station, which we're doing now, is going to go a long way with making a project out there feasible, especially on the part of the project that's on the west side of the 99.
Heck yeah.
So, but yeah, we have had some interesting parties approach the city and the owner.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Anybody
Anybody from the public?
I'd like to
Councilmember
say
Trujillo?
Yes, we all look at projects differently, and we all look at what our investment is, and we as a council member, we sit in our seat and we actually have and we look, for me, the long-term strategic vision is, how long does it actually take to develop 600 acres? I mean, that's something so looking at a strategic plan and looking at what he's asking, I mean, as a city and as a municipal government wanting to move Selma Crossing, I think it's a good gesture to show that we could put these cost, certainties in place and give him a hand where tomorrow morning the city of Selma, gets different projects coming into that property. So I fully understand that part, and I see the long-term vision. I see 600 acres. It takes in a municipal government, it takes a lot to move a project. So I can understand that part. So I think it's something fair, and I think it's just different people. We all have different philosophies for municipal government, how we're going to move it and stuff. But there's pros and cons on both. But I think as an elected leader, and I think that for me myself, I think it warrants to give them that time.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
Hi, Selena Martinez. My family lives in District 4. I was just curious, as I know this is a long-term project, and just wanted to throw out, I also have a master's in public administration. And so I just wanted to see how, as the development is coming along, how are you including the community to help envision how it gets developed? And because right now there's like a housing crisis and shortage throughout the country, and especially in California and the Bay Area and here in Fresno. And so how you're going to hear different voices of who's going to get housing, and is that just, one with a single lot housing, or is that like multiplex, the multiple housing units and apartments and a business, and how is that all going to fit into play, and not to displace people that already
Can you
live
address
in
the
the
council
area?
with your question? Can you address us, please, Ms.
sorry.
Martinez? Thank you.
I-
You address us, and then we address the city manager.
Okay, it's just where my eyes are looking. I'm not trying to offend you.
You're not at all.
Okay.
It's just the way we do to limit the liability to our city.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, it's just my eyes were, because he was talking about it. So yeah, that's just what I'm throwing out as you consider this. I know it's a long-term thing, is to consider other people in the community as the land is being developed.
Thank you for your comment. City manager, what is the area zoned for currently?
So there was a specific plan that was done, I think in 2009, that was adopted in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, that rezoned and entitled that property for regional commercial development. And that specific plan process was very inclusive. I mean, I wasn't around then, but looking at the documents, it did entail community visioning and as any specific planning process entails community input and engagement. It doesn't mean that the developer or the owner can't come back at some time and look at the market and how it's developed and say, well, retail commercial because of COVID, for example, doesn't make a lot of sense there. We are in a housing crisis. Maybe it makes more sense to build affordable housing or multifamily housing, whether it's market rate or affordable. I know, City of Fresno is experiencing a lack of industrial warehousing and distribution facilities. I mean, this property being right on the 99, does it make sense to rezone it for that? So any changes in the zoning and general planned uses from regional commercial to anything else would require engagement process with the community.
Great, thank you for that. Okay. With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion for this item? Okay,
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Has there been any underground or any infrastructure done in that area?
the area city manager, has there been any infrastructure added?
Well, besides the Clarkson lift station, which is just south of this area, which we're working on the design plans right now, it's closer to Kingsburg, just within the Selma city border. Any infrastructure improvements would have to been on the 99 transportation related.
So there has been.
I believe there have been Highway 99 improvements. Yeah.
Was that the developer who paid for it or the city, the citizens of Selma?
The state.
The state, got it.
And the Clarkson, I believe, was funded by ARPA.
Thank you.
By American Rescue Plan money. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion at this time?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All right. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo. Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Guerra
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson, no. All right, item 9, consideration of a resolution approving a increased fiscal year 2022-2023 for 2 full-time positions in the Community Services Department.
Hi, guys. How is everybody doing today? Long time no see. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make this request today. You guys know me. I'm kind of just, I'll say it like it is. We need people in community services. We've got a lot of plans. As you can see on here, currently we have 3 full-time staff in our community services department. We have myself and my 2 amazing supervisors, Liz and Nicolette. We do have a few part-time that do help with the art center and the nutrition, as well as a few very, very limited part-time that help when there's recreational events and things like that, leagues and those sort of items. Currently, we have been looking at ways that we can start to expand our programming. And obviously, COVID shut down a lot of these kind of community type, whether it was recreation programs or special events or things like that. So I've been working really hard with my team to envision what we would like to see in the future. And we've got some really great things coming up in the next year to be included with, obviously special events, but we're also looking at our marketing. There's just a wide variety of things that we're looking at. However, we are at capacity. I honestly, as a director, cannot ask my team to do any more. They work incredibly hard. They give of themselves. They are amazing people. And in order to start to grow our programs, we really do need additional support within those offices. The request today is for an administrative assistant. One of the reasons that this is so critical to me is we do not have that one-stop shop place for people when they do have, whether it's the special event permits or it's the park rentals or it's they want to do different things within the city. That administrative assistant would actually be able to be in the office 8 to 5 Monday through Friday and provide the kind of customer support or the customer service that we really want to give our community. Parents can come in and pay for their leagues. They can do all of this without running the risk of not being able to get a hold of somebody because we're at an event or we're at a meeting or we're at, et cetera, et cetera. This person would really be that office admin, that frontline communication. In addition to that, I'm also requesting a coordinator. This coordinator in theory would provide our current programming, if you will, oversee our current recreation leagues and those sort of stuff so that Liz, our recreation supervisor, can then work with me to help us grow the programs. As you guys know, we have some pretty great programs that we hold on to right now, so it would be a lot easier to hand those off to a coordinator to facilitate those so that Liz can then take her experience and help expand the programs, not just to expand programs for fun, but also realizing that we have these fiscal responsibilities. So how do we do more recreational activities? How do we incorporate classes and programs that will then self-fund themselves so that we're not taking from the general fund for a lot of the programming. A lot of communities, a lot of municipalities do a fantastic job of self-funding through a lot of these programs. And that's what we want to be able to get to as well. And we do believe that we have the potential to do that. We just need the staff to be able to build these programs. So that is what we're asking today. I've included within our report what those are not jobs that need to be created. They are already, there's no changes there that we need to make. And that is what I'm requesting today. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for Director Smart?
I do. Amy, on item 1, is that a typo in the amount of the, not 35,000, right? It's 3,000. There's an extra 0.
There is an extra 0. I apologize.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to pay,
I'm applying.
Let me just ask, is Liz part-time or full-time?
She is full-time.
Okay.
Absolutely, yes. And I can tell you, and I can say this without hesitation, she is a full-time person, but her she works at about probably double employee. She is absolutely phenomenal, but yes, she is full-time.
Okay.
And are there any other questions from council?
I have
Any
a question.
comments? Councilmember Trujillo?
Amy, I got a couple of questions here.
Yes.
Have you anticipated if, once we get these jobs in line or these positions in line, where are they going to be housed?
They will be housed within the senior center. We do have office space already outlined. I was hopeful that we could get some new employees, so we've kind of already, in anticipation, we've made some plans if approved.
And have you in your analysis, have you dictated where these staff members will go, how many hours, and where will they, we got the soccer league, we got a lot of city leagues, and we have a lot of senior activities, and then we have events at the Pioneer Village. And have you done your analysis and figured out how many hours, or who will they be representing, what they'll be dictating or representing?
Yes. Liz and I have actually gone over a lot of those responsibilities. We still have a few things to iron out, just based on, a lot of it will be based on applicants and what their skill level is. I'd like to have a baseline of expectations, but at the same time, recognizing that who we hire will play a role in what jobs that they are or duties that they are ultimately allocated to. But yes, we do have a good idea, and that's honestly why we are asking for 2 full-time positions. Originally I was going to ask for part-time, but when we really started to look at the need and the level of service that we want to be able to provide the community, these are full-time positions that will be very, very busy.
And I also just want to say a comment that the fact that sometimes when we do analysis and we figure out that, we got X, Y, and Z, we got the soccer, we got seniors, we got softball, we got, the art center, we realized that a 29,000 or 32,000, community residents, and we realize what the need really is. And, I'm happy that you're coming back and saying, hey, look, because this is customer service for our residents. This is an outreach to making sure, when we talk about police department, fire department, safety, when we start interacting with our community more, when we start getting people like yourself and getting people like an assistant that goes, reaches out to our community, that's when we have less complaints. We have more organizational people. We start organizing more clubs. We start having more interaction with the community using our parks, even though they're limited. But the fact of the matter is that as our city grows, we need to invest in our people so they can go out there and do the outreach that we need. So thank you for bringing that out, bringing it back to us, and hopefully it goes your way.
Thank you.
I think Councilmember Trujillo hit the nail on the head, limited park space. Look at all this demand that Director Smart is talking about, and that's why we need Rockwell Pond. We need a new regional park. We need to move forward on that. It's seen as too expensive. I think it's too expensive not to put in to our community members. I agree with Councilmember Trujillo 100%. We need to provide customer service to our citizens. And you know what they want? They want park space. They want more space. We haven't had a new park since 1989. I get it that, the principle is that you want to put in sidewalks first. But I think that we need to do a park. We need to take care of our kids and our soccer players and our baseball players and all of our athletes. I mean, gosh, look at the World Cup. It's amazing. It's everybody's watching that, and it's inspiring. And we don't have enough space, enough green space. And again, I get the theoretical arguments about why we shouldn't put the regional park in, but I don't agree with them. I think we need to find a way rather than saying we can't do it because of X, Y, and Z. Let's find option A and let's do it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add to you what you just said. I want to say something because I'm out of the country right now, but I had an incident and I want to bring it up right now because my wife was walking our dogs and was attacked by a pit bull. My dogs were attacked by a pit bull while she was walking the dogs, and my wife rolled around the floor and she called the police department. And this happened last week, and it brings to me to tell you that about 2 weeks ago I said, hey, our community, my district would love to have a dog park. I would echo your thoughts in regards to parks, but I would also ask our city and our staff to start looking at other avenues and looking at places that we have right now, the ability that we have right now that we could structure small time parks like dog parks, because our residents, they have the right to walk their dogs. They have the right to be safe. They have the right to ask for us to protect them. It comes with for myself that it happened, that she called me and I went straight to go protect her. I say that we need not only parks, we need dog parks. We need more interaction. And by Amy having more staff members, we can start working on getting more the need and the analysis to go and look to see getting more money to get more parks, to getting developers to create these parks. So, and I say this because, I have a heavy heart. I'm going to speak about it in my public comments, but it happened last week and it was scary. I never wanted to receive that call. So I ask you guys to really think about these open spaces that we have, to make them into dog parks so our residents can have the right to walk their dog and not in fear where someone's going to attack them. So
all my best to your wife, Councilman Trujillo. I hope she's well and she recovered. And I really hear what you're saying. I remember in 2000, oh gosh, I think it was 13 when a group of us opened the Second Chance Animal Shelter. That's really why we did it. Because when I ran in 2012, we had dogs running everywhere. We had them everywhere. And we changed the shelter and brought that into our town where it currently is. And I would agree with you 100% and also expand on that and say our animal shelter does not get enough funding right now to be able to go out and pick up these stray pit bulls because they're just, meeting their needs. I haven't been involved with the shelter in a year and a month, but I know what they face and they have a tough job. And I'm all for another dog park. I remember bringing in that dog park where we have it on Nebraska, and incredibly, there was a lot of resistance to it. People were saying, stop putting dogs first, put people first, take that money that you're going to put in the dog parks and put it towards humans. And it does help humans because, for people who are walking their dogs and they get attacked, and there were lots of dogs running around. Having a dog park is a great place and helps the city enforce its leash laws too. Because if you don't have a dog park, what can you tell your citizens, when they're not on the leash, right? So I agree with that 100%. And it cost the city, I think back in, 2013, it cost the city about $8,000 to put in that fencing for a dog. It's not a big deal financially, but it's a good thing to do. Do we have any more comments on our topic here? Please
Just a
step
quick point.
forward.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I could just clarify, Mayor, while the attendee gets to the podium, the figures for the salary that are listed in staff report are now outdated because of the new master salary schedule. So that figure will be a little bit larger now. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you for that, City Manager. Okay. Does anyone have a comment?
Hi, Selena Martinez again. Sorry, Council man Trio, about your wife. Is this good, Mr. Mayor? I'm looking right at you and the City Council.
You can look at any council member. You got to address us.
Okay, you guys make
address
sure.
that. Thank you for that.
Yes, with the parks idea, I understand that we need a new park, and I know that Amy Smart and her predecessor are working hard on that regional park area. I know you said that we have to get built no matter what and try to find the funding. I just don't want there to be a neglect on the sidewalks are important as well, because there's no way, I feel like, to get to that area that's accessible and safe and sidewalks. So I don't want that to get neglected. And as far as your comment on the folks being against dog parks and over humans, I think what people are saying to that is priority of parks for the communities, especially in underserved communities where I'm doing my mural project. And I understand green space is so important because it does reduce a lot of crime activity, and people are doing other stuff, but also to consider with that green space is a new community center where there's actually an opportunity for the growth of nonprofits to have spaces, to do things, to have dance, to have music. I know they do a lot at the senior center, but for the youth and stuff. So whatever, money that could be allocated when you're developing the parks, that a community center where people can go to have things. So.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, welcome. Hello, good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I'm glad I did attend and that this was brought up. My name is Jeanette Solorio. I'm resident in Selma, 1191 Mill Street. And so Parks and Recreation are near and dear to me. Myself and two other co-founders, I'm one of the co-founders, ESYN, Exceptional Sports with Youth with Needs. Tonight, I'm here not representing, but speaking as a citizen, not representing ESYN, but my heart is near and dear to recreational activities, right? So I have a disabled son with autism, who is now becoming an adult, 17 and a half. So when I came to the council, I don't know, 8 years ago, we proposed some recreational activities for children with disabilities. Okay, and I worked with Mike Kirchner many years, and I asked him at that time, hey, what activities or what are there for disabled adults? And he said they meet Wednesdays at the senior center. I had never heard of that. And I'm not quite sure what they did or if that's still in place, but I would like to see the city Parks Recreation include. So if we're going to get some additional help, which I'm totally so happy that we're looking at that, and I support additional positions because I hate to say this, but I follow not only Selma, Fowler, Parks and Recreation. I'm really good friends with the leader there, and I'm looking at Kingsburg, smaller communities, but they are doing so many different activities to get the community involved, to get the community out. I don't think we hold an Easter egg hunt here. I don't think we do, last night, okay, our parade got canceled this week. I was out at the Christmas tree lighting. Turnout was very minimal. We need to get the community engaged. We need to have more recreational activities, keep our kids off the streets. Yes, COVID, we're over and done with that, hopefully. And now people are coming back out. Our kids have been on screens. right? Our citizens, and even our teenagers, our young children, they need to be out, they need to be playing, they need to be engaged in recreational activities. So hopefully not only will we maintain the leagues that we have now, but that we will add to. I would like to see more senior activities at the senior center. I saw that someone did post that adopt a senior. I love that idea. Gonna do it, gonna help support. That we need to do those things. We need to merge all ages, right? And I would also like to see some adults with disability activities. I don't think we serve that population at all. You know, I know we have disabled adults in whatever manner, sorry. But
Thank
so
you for your comments.
just, I'm really happy and I hope that we just not only maintain the what recreational activities that we have already in place, but also improve. And if they want a committee to get community input.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And there'll be another opportunity if you want to stand up at the end for oral communications. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does anyone have anything they'd like to say or make a motion?
Make a motion to approve the addition of these positions with the updated salary schedule.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I'll call the roll. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson, yes. Okay, item 10, consideration of contract amendment with 559 mural for the mural at the Salazar Center.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Rob Terry, Deputy City Manager. This item is for consideration of contract amendment with 559 mural for the mural that's currently being placed at the Salazar Center. A little bit of background: on April 4th of 2022, the City Council authorized entering with 559 mural for the placement of the mural at the Salazar Center. That contract is attached to the staff report as attachment 2. After that approval, Public Works staff put a considerable amount of work into prep effort to really prepare the canvas area for placement of the mural, and the 559 mural team began work in late summer. While the progress on the mural, of course, has been significant, there has been delays that have been caused to weather. We're getting a little more moisture this year, which I think we're all grateful for, but it has definitely caused some delays there, and some issues getting supplies in a timely manner, the availability of supplies. These two items put together prompted the director of 559 to reach out to this and to request an extension to their timeline. That was in the agreement. That came before council last month, and at that time they were requesting to go out to January 31st of 2023. However, at the meeting on November 21st at council, this item was continued to tonight's meeting because there was some additional questions and feedback that the council had on the existing agreement and placement of the mural. So in response to opening the agreement for the amending of the completion date, council wanted to bring this back and have the opportunity to have more discussions with that. We engaged in additional discussions, of course, with the applicant and the requests that they were bringing forward. The date that they are now looking for is actually amended 1 month further out now, and that goes to February 28th of 2023. And I do want to point out that while that is listed properly all throughout the majority of the staff report, item number 1 within the discussion portion there still had that January 31st date. My apologies. That needed to be updated to February 28th of 2023. That is correct within the resolution that staff is bringing forward for approval tonight, and all other notations of that are correct within the staff report. Just wanted to point to that item there. But there were 2 items now that staff is bringing forward to you with a recommendation. The first one, of course, is the extension of the agreement completion date, which is listed in section 7C of the current agreement, and amending that date to February 28th of 2023. In addition, there was a request from the applicant for financial assistance to cover the costs of anti-graffiti and UV protection coatings. The current agreement, I think it's important to point out, in section 7B does say that the city would be responsible for the maintenance of the mural, and as such, placement of anti-graffiti and UV coatings is certainly anticipated to serve as life-extending and protective actions that would minimize future repair activities. The total amount being requested to cover 5 gallons of each one of those protective coatings is roughly $870. So that is the request that's coming forward at this time from the applicant. With these actions right here that are being requested, no other changes to the existing contract would take place. We do have, of course, the representative from the applicant here that can answer any questions and be able to touch on any of the additional items that staff may have questions about at this time. Should the council elect to provide the financial assistance as being requested in item listed within the staff report, the fiscal impact would be $870. Should support not be approved, of course, there would not be any fiscal impact to the city. Staff is recommending that the city council approve the resolution that would amend the agreement's completion date to push that to February 28th of 2023. I also think it's important to notate that you would see multiple changes within the contract because that date is actually identified in both the exhibits as well as in the body of the text. So you would see those changes there. And we are recommending that the council consider financial support in the amount of $870 for the placement of the anti-graffiti coating and the UV protection coating as well. So that concludes staff's report. We can answer any questions you have. And like I said, we do have a representative from 559 Mural Project here tonight that can also answer any specific questions that you may have about the project itself.
Thank you. Did the representative have anything they'd like to say this time? Okay.
I can get it under 3 minutes. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to be here this evening. As I said, I was born and raised in Selma, and my family lives in District 4, so this means meaningful to do this mural. My team, again, are looking forward to take care of these procedural matters to extend our mural extension to February 28th, 2023. And as Mr. Deputy City Manager mentioned, we're also asking fiscal support of $870 to pay for the longevity integrity of the mural. We are pleased to report that we've made good progress on the mural. We started painting in October, and halfway through, it's coming out beautifully, and there's already bringing some brightness and liveliness to the community. Salvador of the Salazar family has told us that he would like to see the mural finished, and that he says it's lovely to see the progress as he walks by to the restaurant. And we built community with the local 2 nonprofits there, the Salazar Community Center, the Boys and Girls Club, and Selma Com. We really wanted to highlight Ruby Torres and Delfina Vasquez, who have been so welcoming to us, and we truly appreciate them and their time. They've kept our paints and supplies safe for us and have coordinated with the artists, their schedules, they kept the supplies safe and coordinated the schedules as best they could for our artists. And we respectfully understand and accept, the request of the key. We know it's very complicated, but because of some schedules haven't been aligned where, pushes the date of our time to finish. So that's why we're asking for February. And we really also wanted to highlight Ruby, who's been really great and coordinated a day with the youth to paint, and they really did a significant portion. And it just looks so beautiful. If you haven't seen our social media page, you can capture a video of the kids painting, putting that first layer on for us. And so, yeah, so now it brings me to my other point, and I also want to highlight, I want to acknowledge, thank you, Councilwoman Blanco Mendoza Navarro, for your apology at the beginning. We really appreciate it. We had some time to reflect on that, as it really did bother us and offend us. And so I just wanted to make a note here, if I had a few minutes, because I did prepare something to say. Your comments, we heard in your opinion last week that our mural imagery, specifically the social justice fists, represent Black Lives Matter, which makes the imagery too political and thus inappropriate to be on city property. The 559 Mural Project respectfully but strongly disagrees with this statement, and we know that we are not alone. The social justice fists are an internationally recognized symbol of unity and solidarity with oppressed people, which, yes, especially includes the Black community and Black Lives Matter, but also immigrants and farm workers and the LGBTQ community, which I'm also a part of. And my parents are farm workers, and all others who have faced historical injustice and continuing inequalities. And they are a demonstration of the continued fight for democracy, freedom, justice, and equality, ideals that bring us together. And these issues are not political. They're universal in the bedrock of this country. The city of Selma should not shy away in addressing racial equity and social justice, but instead should be proud to make a commitment to doing its part to enact policies that uplift all the people in the city, which, yes, does include the Black community of Selma. And so thank you for letting me have that platform. And I hope that we can work together, Councilwoman Blanca Mendoza Navarro, to grow together and to make policies that uplift all people here in Selma. And also our lawyer wants to remind us that it reads in the mural description that the one monarch butterfly whose wings have images within them on the bottom left reference the social justice fist representing the continued fight for equity when it comes to workers' rights. Nowhere in the description does it say these fests reference Black Lives Matter. However, a huge however, we don't believe it should be an issue. And if our contract did state these words, we should not feel shame or afraid to say the simple statement that Black Lives Matter. And if some people in this room feel that Black Lives Matter is a taboo phrase, we ask you to reflect on why the idea of a universal respect and equality makes you feel uncomfortable. Isn't it interesting that this art provokes such feelings, and isn't it the point of art? I hope that our community will continue to think critically about this nation's history of race relationships and the continued systemic injustices that the people of color and marginalized people face, and that our mural has already stimulated the conversation we are having today, is indicative of the importance of art and the impact the mural is having for the better on this community. And we are informed that this is procedural contract since our mural was already approved. And I beseech all council members to approve our request so that we may finish the beautiful mural at the Salazar Community Center. This is community driven and grassroots to bring inclusive and positive change. Thank you for your time.
Okay. We're going to refer the matter back to council, then we'll go to the public. Does council have any questions at this time before we go to the public? Okay, come on up, ma'am.
No, you could say.
Come on up. You need to just speak in the mic. Just give us your name and address to start it off.
Yeah, my name is Olga G. Martinez. I am her mother. I was from Sanger, California. I went to the schools in Sanger. I got married when I was 15 years old, and I married a man from Selma. His name is Nazario Martinez. You guys probably don't know him now. Back then, when we first started in 1963, he started working with Fox Drug Store. My husband was a labor worker out in the field, like my parents. Mr. Fox was moving to the new building that is there, and he was looking for an Hispanic employee. My husband went and made the application, and so since they didn't know him, they asked Paul Hayares, because he was the barber, for some information about my husband, and he gave him the green light. He said he might be poor, he might work out in the field, but he's an honest man and he's got it up here. And so he hired him. My husband helped him move to the new store, and he stayed a lot of years. My husband was excellent in math, and he still is. And he never forgot anything. And they trusted him, and he worked with him. I had 6 children. I had 4 before her, and then these 2 came later. All my children were born at Selma District Hospital with Dr. Kids, Dr. Wright, Dr. Sorensen, Dr. Humphrey, all of them. My daughter, I have 2 daughters graduated from Fresno State. This one and my 2 oldest. My oldest daughter, my second one, married a teacher from Selma, and she's a teacher, and she has a degree, a master's degree also. She graduated from Fresno State. And my daughter, by the time 2000, she went to Davis University, and she graduated from Davis University in 2007. Later on, my husband, during that time, he got cancer. I know I'm going to take a long time, but I'm letting you guys don't know my daughter, and I'm giving you a picture. My daughter didn't come from out in the streets. My daughter doesn't do graffiti in the streets. She's graduated. She got painters artists to come and do this mural. Mrs. Filgas was the one that promoted her because she was stepping down. So she liked her work. She liked the way she works with people, with students. And so she was the one that made, with all the help
Hate to
of,
cut you off, but we have to.
yeah.
We have
And
a
so
3-minute
anyway,
limit. So
my
thank you.
daughter
You can always
can be
get up at the end
trusted,
for oral communications.
and
talk
she
to
will
us again.
continue, I hope, doing the
Thank you.
mural.
Thank you very
I'm gonna
much.
take the spotlight now. Hi, everybody, mayor, staff, chief, community. My name is Serena, and that's my mother, and this is my younger sister. I heard everything on that was on the agenda tonight. I really liked, to promote for the office assistant and for the Pioneer Village parking. But everything that we talked about, the dog park, that's great for the community. But if you think deeper, the children is where it's at. We have a lot of children that are probably don't come from good homes, probably have a lot of trauma going in the homes, domestic violence. Parents don't have enough time to be with their kids. They're working, probably come home late. And where are those kids? Now we have after school programs. What happened to people taking the arts? The arts were taken away, music was taken away. But, this is like a little plant of seed, growing, that this could lead to something else. I'm glad that we have the center and artists, and the kids have something, and the community have something proud to have, to see something that's in their side of town, where not everybody can afford to go to New York or LA or San Francisco to see the popularization of art over there. But there are artists here who've learned from wherever they learned from to have that gift of art, and to have it here in Selma. That means a lot, and I'm sure it means a lot to the people. I live in District 4, so I see the things downtown, and it's downtrodden over there, and we need more businesses and art to help the children. It goes back to the children. They're the ones that are the next generation. They can look back at this moment, going to the Salazar Center, and be proud of the art that's there. And, growing up, someday they'll come to a moment and they'll have kids and they'll say, I was a part of that. And that helped me go through, I had stuff going on at home, but coming over there, going to the Salazar Center made me happy. And I learned something, and they can pass on that hard work on to their kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment at this time?
Good evening. My name is Melissa and I'm a Selma resident. After reviewing some of the verbiage in the council packet, I have an issue with some of the terms, more specifically the terms social justice and equity, found on several pages, and the statement, quote, gross socioeconomic and racial inequities that have negatively impacted this particular community, end quote, found on page 104. I have lived in Selma over 20 years. I don't feel Selma has racial inequities. Those who fought for civil rights define their causes by what they supported: equity, integration, and peace. Those who promote social justice are typically activists who define their causes by what they oppose: anti-racism, anti-war, anti-capitalism, which are all left-wing political agendas. Justice is an objective standard of right and wrong and is applied in the same manner to all persons. However, social justice is where one person has fewer possessions than another. Therefore, that person should feel outraged and redistribute those possessions. Social justice makes other humans the standard against which to measure and material possessions the unit of measurement. Equity means all people are treated the same and everyone has an equal opportunity to be successful. Whereas equity refers to fairness and that everyone reach an equal outcome regardless of their efforts. That doesn't sound very fair, does it? I can appreciate great artwork, Mexican history, and culture. But like the flag issue, every group is going to want one. Rightfully so. Where will it end? How will the council accommodate all those groups? A mural pushing certain agendas and ideologies isn't going to help the neighborhood. What they need is assistance and education to help them get acclimated to the country. I see that the project costs $16,000. I feel that money can be better used directly in the community. And as a taxpayer, I am not in agreement with how that money is being spent. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? You've already spoken.
No,
yeah.
but I need to clarify that the city is not paying for this.
Again, thank you. I'll ask the question, City Manager.
Good evening, City Council. I'm very proud to be here as one of the artists
What's your name,
involved,
ma'am?
Heidi Medina. So I am the poet that you all enlisted to write a poem dedicated to the greatness of City of Selma. I live in Fresno, but I am a Valley resident and I've been a preschool teacher here in Selma. So when I got asked to participate in this project, regardless of time constraints or anything else, my heart was totally with it. Being a preschool teacher through Fresno Migrant Education was a beautiful experience. And it made me love this city. People like the family, the Bernabés and the Martinezes that I worked with, as well as the teachers that I got to enlist and work with in my classroom. It was amazing. And being an artist and a poet, I'm not really clear on how art in a mural that's dedicated to the elevation of the mind. Elevate, educate to elevate. And that's what art does. It makes us think. And like I said, it's always a great honor for me to represent Selma, even though I'm from Fresno, even though my parents were migrant farm workers and we moved around in every part of the state. When I present anywhere that I travel to and they see my shirt and they're like, 559 mural, what's that about? And I say, oh, this is a great, beautiful mural going on in Selma, California. And people in Los Angeles and in San Francisco or wherever it is that I'm at a conference in Mexico or over the internet with poets from Canada or whatever it is that I'm doing. And they get interested in my shirt and they want to buy the shirt when I explain what the mural is about. And then I get the question of, what? There's art? There's poetry in the Valley? Yes, sir, there is. A lot of beautiful minds. And this mural is simply that, to elevate the minds of the students and the people who pass by and see it every day. This is the poem that I wrote for your city. And this is the poem that I offer, truly with nothing but love in my heart. So this is how it goes. Begin the day with sights on each and every opportunity, a place the mind and spirit can call home, equity in action. You and I working to ensure the air and water are clean for everybody, that our schools and libraries house books and hopes on which to reach the next level of books and hopes. Selma builds on justice and vision. Your heart builds this world. Together, we rise on butterfly wings. Thank you.
You. Any other input? Just one time per item.
1057 Mill Street. So previous to Rose Robertson, previous to the Salazar Center and, whether you're getting fed there, I used to be the Edgecombe Center. We come back, Sarah Guerra and I, myself, actually picked Trabajamos en el Field. We picked in the fields with the Martinez's families. We grew up with the other older sisters. So we have history there. If it wasn't for the Edgecombe Center that had a swimming pool after we picked in the field, trabajando en el field, we used to be able to go over there and it kept us out of trouble after working in the field. We were so grateful for that place. We are the first ones with the Robertson Guerra Insurance Agency building to have the first mural there, and we're proud of the murals. Everybody can see art and see their visual and have the First Amendment right to think of what you want to think about it. That's your right. But art is supposed to do what it's supposed to do, and that's for people to see it how you want to see it. Murals are beautiful. Murals tell stories. And I think it's just amazing that the kids had an opportunity to help paint that mural. They're going to remember that the rest of their lives. So hopefully it will continue. The murals will continue with the history, not just in Selma, but throughout the cities. So thank you for the arts and all the people that are in arts and love the arts. Thank you. And it was a nonprofit. Beverly Cho can state that they did a lot of nonprofit for this. It wasn't citizens' taxpayer money. Thank you.
Anybody online? Okay.
Brandy, if you would.
Yes, I was battling the unmute button. Thank you so much. My name is Brandy Villegas. I am the lead artist for this amazing project. I wish I could be there with you, but after 20 years as a community artist, I am now a Fresno State art grad student and had a conflict with classes. I'm proud to come before you, having worked hard so far on the mural that is already uplifting our community and will be an asset to the people of Selma. It is a rich and beautiful mural design. I have had so much joy creating each element, especially as it reflects the neighborhood and what they want to see in the mural, as our team here did the work to meet with the community and key stakeholders. I feel that the Selma area is reflected in every detail, including a grape sprout that's coming out of the soil within the hands. I had the honor to lead the kids at the Boys and Girls Club in being the first ones to paint on that mural before us, knowing that they will see that mural and know that they were artists and contributors for years to come. And I'm very grateful for Ruby. As I have painted, people have walked through the community center park and have been happy to see the painting happening and talk to me. And it's been great working with Selma Com and Boys and Girls Club. It is very humbling. I feel that with this mural, I am telling the story of the community. A community with a rich and vivid culture, a community that has worked hard for their family and for their children's future, that has struggled and dealt with heartbreak and hardship together, that has fought for their labor rights, as denoted in the raised hands along with Cesar Chavez, so that not only they, but others could have better working conditions and a better future, that has benefited from our writers and artists that live within the beauty of nature and is tied to the land and what grows out of it. It fills me with gratitude because it also reflects aspects of my family. I was disheartened by the statements made at the last meeting that reflected to me a lack of support for both the concept, but also for a community, especially those experiencing injustice. And I want to also add that I am greatly appreciate the apology given earlier and look forward to working together with all of you. I'm also discouraged by those who don't understand the definition of reality of social justice, something that results in elevating the whole community. And I really believe that this mural will be beneficial, inspiring, encouraging to the whole community, in addition to the neighborhood and so many people from different backgrounds in Selma. Every color and stroke has meaning for me, and I'm putting my 100% into it, along with my teammates, Nikki and Mikey, who are from Selma. I am from Dinuba, who have been meticulous to ensure that everything is not just good, but excellent, because the community deserves nothing less. With that, I hope that you can grant us this mural permit extension and that we may continue our work and complete the project. We'd also be very grateful to help with the funding to protect the integrity and longevity of the mural, shield anti-graffiti coat and UV protectant. This will come during a great time as I'll be off class and be able to focus my energy. And I also want to invite you all, if you're interested at all, to come out and visit us while we're painting, and even join us in painting yourself and adding to the mural. I will make sure that you have my contact information. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's late and I appreciate this very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sarah Choi. I work with the Fresno Mural Program in Fresno with Fresno Unified School District, and I'm friends with a lot of artists in the 559 crew. I just was here for support and to also just um, show you guys how important it is that you keep with this program. I mean, the arts is something that is so near and dear to, I know, all of our hearts, and especially when you're working with the youth, and they're so impressionable, and they really need this more than anything. I've been doing this for 2 years now, working with kids and doing mural work all over Fresno Unified, and it is the most rewarding experience I've had. And these kids, they appreciate the time that we get to spend with them. The appreciation even months after the mural's done is ridiculous. How much they just enjoy seeing it every day and how much it brightens their day. And just a little thing like that can make such a huge difference in the community. And not only that, but bringing people together and having something that they can be proud of and look back on. It's important. Makes them feel more to needed and special, and like they did something for their community. And that is something that, I think a lot of kids really need right now, especially in yeah, our valley.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kiana Salazar, if you could unmute yourself.
Hi, sorry, I wasn't sure if I'd be able to come on. My name is Kiana Salazar. I guess I can use the address 2807 Aaron Street to represent me. I grew up in Selma, California. On my father's side, my family is the Salazar family. My grandfather is Sal Salazar. On my mother's side, my family is the McDaniel Tucker family. And I'm here in New York right now. This is where I live, but I continue to come to Selma throughout the year to visit family throughout the holidays. And I was last living in Fresno for a year during the pandemic. I just want to say thank you so much to the council for being open and accepting the mural, the Elevate to Educate mural to be painted. And I'm very thankful to the 559 Mural Project and Selena and Serena, the founders, for for forming this nonprofit and their effort to raise awareness to the injustices and the lack of socioeconomic equity that still lives in Selma. Growing up as a mixed race child in Selma in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, I was one of the only children in all of my schools, elementary, middle school, and high school, that came from Black descent. So my perspective and my experience growing up in Selma was very, very different from most of the residents in Selma. Growing up mostly on the Black side of my family, I would say that the Black community is very, very underrepresented in Selma, remaining one of the, if not the smallest community, smallest Black community within the Valley. I definitely experienced, I mean, my values come from Selma, and I wouldn't change my growing up and my childhood there for anything. But there's quite a difference when I come back to New York City and I don't feel any color lines whatsoever. And that changes drastically when I enter the city limits of Selma. I feel instantly the moment I drive into Selma. No matter where I go, a gas station, a store, a restaurant, I feel my color, and And that's so strange. I'm still healing from the
Thank you for
experience.
your comments, Ms. Salazar. We have to move on. Okay, our next speaker on the line. We're gonna go through the phone and then we'll come back. Who do we have next? Okay, we're gonna go to Serena, then we'll come back to in the gallery. Serena?
Serena, if you could unmic.
Hi.
Unmute.
Hi,
Yes.
can you hear?
Yes.
Awesome. Good evening, council. This is Serena Resendez. I'm the COO of the 559 Mural Project. Councilperson Mendoza Navarro, I heard your comments about your interpretation of the social justice fists on our mural. I was shocked that you would say that social justice fists are racists. Also, you said Black Lives Matter like it was a bad word and something shameful. There's nothing wrong with standing in unity with oppressed people and communities. In fact, I would think a person in your position would see value and respect all residents in the community that you represent. However, your comments were anti-Black and show your lack of education regarding what racism actually is. Your comments were reflective of what is in your heart and, quite frankly, discriminatory. The people of color in your community need to feel seen and valued, and you have definitely failed in this respect. I was informed that you apologized for your comments, but that is not enough. Therefore, I am asking the City of Selma, I'm asking the Selma City Council to take into consideration the severity of Councilperson Mendoza Navarro's comments and hold each other accountable and make a commitment by completing a diversity, equity, and inclusion training. I, along with many allies, friends from Central Valley Allies for Change, led a Black Lives Matter march and rally in Selma 2 years ago because we were sick of the continued murders of Black Americans. We were sick of the oppression and racism our friends, neighbors, and family members continue to endure as Americans. We raised our fists in solidarity, and the community in Selma, white, Mexican, Black, our Sikh friends, and many others, joined to say enough is enough. And this brought unity to the community, and our Black community members and people of color felt seen and valued and respected. It was and is and always will be a beautiful thing to stand together when we see injustices. And also, I just wanted to let the woman who spoke earlier about the city funding our mural. The city has not funded our mural. We are all grassroots, and we have raised this money through community efforts. But if the city did want to donate, we would graciously accept your donations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on the line?
One more. Jose
Hello?
Moreno?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Great. Good evening, members of the council. I just wanted to take some time to lend my voice to support the 559 mural project and this particular mural. Up until this point, it's been a labor of love between a lot of the people putting this mural together, but it's also brought together a lot of talent from Selma. Brandy is obviously the head artist, but we have Nikki working on it. We have Mikey working on it. Those are Selma residents who are able to find a platform to use their skills locally. It's not often you find too many artists or in the city of Selma to kind of have a platform to show off their work. And not only this is something that they can be proud about, but the whole community can be proud about. So when you're approving this, you're investing not only into the building, into the art, to the neighborhood, but you're also investing into these artists who are putting their time and their effort into this mural. And they're doing a great job. If you haven't seen it, go out and see it in person. It's coming along beautifully. The second thing I wanted to touch on before my time is up is something that Councilmember Mendoza Navarro hit on in her statement last week. She said, to me, this means, or to me, this feels. And that is exactly what art is supposed to do. When you see a play at the Selma Art Center, when you hear a piece of poetry, when you watch a movie even, it's like, what message did you take away from it? It's not saying you're right or wrong. It's just saying that that's what you took from that particular piece of art. And that's what we're doing. And that's what artists do locally. I think we need to nurture that mentality and that idea of nurturing these artists to build in our city. So I would love for you guys to support the extension of this mural and offer to supplement the funding to get the UV protection and the graffiti stuff on the wall. That would definitely help this mural project and definitely help out the community and support our local artists. Thank you, council.
Hi, Jeanette Solorio. I just have a few clarifying questions. First of all, is it customary for city councils to allow non-residents to attend and voice their opinions? Is that customary? I've never seen it before. Where they live? Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Second, I'm not aware, so clarify, the mural was privately paid, but on a city building?
City manager, would you clarify where the funding source for the mural at this point?
Yeah, as was previously stated, the funding to actually paint the mural, from my understanding, was privately raised. The city is providing the Salazar Center as essentially the canvas for the mural as an in-kind donation for the mural. And if council approves the graffiti film tonight, that would be an additional $870.
Right, and I think we'll go back to, I didn't catch her name, but one of the first speakers stated that they were willing to take that off the table and go ahead and provide the monies for that,
I didn't hear, I didn't hear that's, did anyone on council
she
hear
said
that?
she was willing to go ahead and fundraise or come up with the $800. She did state that. So can that be taken off the table? And then, so I'm kind of confused about where the city responsibility comes in to this. And then, because we're blending private, right, with city buildings. So it's kind of, there's some gray area there, but she did say that they would go ahead and fund and that the city council didn't have to provide the additional $800.
She can make any comments she wants during her 3 minutes of oral communications, but the agenda matter we have before us is whether to fund this anti-graffiti.
And it just disheartens me. I think before this, our biggest issue in the community was to build the park or not build the park and that, but I mean, I'm biracial, right? And look at our council. We have multiple ethnicity and races. I don't think Selma has had, at least I didn't ever saw it or felt that race was an issue here. We have ideology issues. We have, like I think before this, one of the biggest fights, right, was build the big park or not build the big park. I mean, those were our big issues. And that just really disheartens me that I mean, we've all known each other a really long time. We go to Walmart, we interact. I don't think that, I just feel like I don't think race is a huge issue here. Yeah, we stand on different sides of the roads on different agenda items, but I've never felt that race was the issue, so I would, and I also like to point out that if you do this for this one group, if other groups come and say, oh, we'd like to build a mural here and there, and what's the city, how are you going to accommodate that? I know you guys are already in contract with this one, but to take heed and to continuing, like when will you appease all groups? But I would thank you for clarifying. So I'm still a little confused on the blurred lines. It's a city building, but with private funds painting on the building. So that's that. Thank you. I'll look into that some more.
Thank you.
Teresa Sala, 1701 Danube Avenue. Getting back to the actual resolution in front of the council, I would agree that by extending them by another 2 months to finish the project is agreeable. It was mentioned that it is up to the city to maintain the mural once it's done. So I don't see any problem with us paying the $800 to code it, to make maintenance of it easier for the city to do. As far as everyone else's opinion, I think Mr. Moreno said it best, art is subjective. We can look at a painting and like it or not like it, or agree with it or not agree with it. It's whatever's in your mind and in your heart. Certain symbols on a painting can be taken differently by everybody. A fist can be pride. It can be somebody being violent to somebody. You can take it any way you want to. Putting down our city council member because she had an opinion that didn't agree with somebody is just not cool. That's being bullying. That's bullying to me, putting someone down because they have a differing opinion than what you feel. And I think we've listened to all these people putting down other people's opinions. Black Lives Matters, Brown Lives Matters, whatever, it's again, it's all subjective to what you feel in your heart when you see something. And that isn't why we're here. We're not trying to put anybody down today. We just want to give them a 2-month extension and pay for the coating on the mural. We're not changing anything on the mural. We're not taking it away from anybody. We're not painting it over white. We're just giving them an extension and protecting the mural. And so, I mean, we don't need to come and bully anybody because you have a differing opinion of what you see in that picture or what a poem means to you. It's just whatever you feel it is, and that's it. End of story.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Do we have anybody else on the line? That we will bring the matter back to council. If there's no council discussion, we will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Oh,
So, I did say, oops, so I just wanted to say something. So thank you, Teresa, for your words. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you, Jeanette. I grew up at the Salazar Center. My neighborhood was right in front of Red's Market. I was 9 years old when my family there, because we're all from the same ranch, would come to me because I spoke English and I understood English. So at the age of 9, I helped all of my family there to, and I actually thanked them because they were all farm workers. I am sitting up here as an immigrant that came at the age of 2. My grandfather was one of the first people that came to this country from our town and brought a lot of people here. He came here to this country with his sons to give them a better life. My dad came to this country and he brought his wife with his 2-year-old, myself, to give us a better life. I am an immigrant, elected official, so I have no, there was no barriers. Whatever barriers were whatever I put for myself. There was no other barriers there. So that community and that area means so much to me because of the fact that that's where I'm from. I went to Iroquois school. I never, ever felt any type of way against anybody. We had families from all kinds of, we had one family that was, a Black family, and that was the only Black family that I saw. I didn't treat them any different. I didn't know any difference. I didn't know any of that because I didn't grow up that way. My family didn't grow up that way. I see everybody, and this is me, my faith, my relationship with God is I see everybody as God. Like I see everybody as Christ. Like everyone is a person, a human being to me. It's not about, this color, that color, this belief, that belief, or this, what have you, like, their preferences. It's not about that. So this educate to elevate is absolutely something that's great. Me growing up, like I said, being an immigrant, being in the fields, I worked. I was right there picking grapes. I was right there picking tomatoes. I was out there 5 o'clock in the morning, driving to the Leno, driving to different places with my family. I was there. I am a product of farm workers. I was a farm worker. So to me, if I put my personal opinions and my struggles that my family had, while this movement was happening, while this was happening, then that is not being fair to the citizens of Selma, because I'm putting my personal take on it. My job here is to be neutral, to be equal to everyone that I represent. So if I'm saying no to certain things in this, or some certain things are not okay because I'm representing the city and I'm representing the city of Selma, and I'm trying to limit the liability because again, it's on a city property. And if I do for one, I have to do for all. And I can't do that because I represent everyone. It's justice for all. Excuse me, I'm talking. It's justice for all, not just justice for one group. It's not justice for another group. It's justice for all. So for me, that is why I ended up having concerns about what was happening. And I've had concerns since the beginning. Like I said, had I wanted to make this personal, UFW, my family, was in the thick of this UFW. As far as like, my personal friendships and stuff like that, we were there. I was 9 years old. I remember all of this. But I said, hey, do you guys have permission to have this on the city building? No, that was my fight. I've told you guys over and over. I've said it over and over. My job here is to be compliant, to be equal to everybody, to be neutral, and to make sure that everyone has a fair seat at the table, basically. And so I'm not about, like I said, I could totally make this personal and say, yes, sí se puede, I'm right here, but I'm not. I'm making it about the city and protecting the city and representing everyone. So that's just what I wanted to say about that. And I know that today is mostly about doing the extension and paying for the anti-graffiti coating, but I just needed to say what I needed to say because you guys don't know me. You guys don't know my heart. You guys don't know where I grew up, what I did, any of that. And so I just wanted to tell my story, and my story is bigger. And I know that I have so much more, and I feel that I can be that inspiration for that child. Because guess what? Again, I'm an immigrant that came at the age of 2 years old that has farm worker families. My grandfather was a farm worker. My father was a farm worker. My mom, everyone, I was there. So I feel like I'm an inspiration, and I don't have to talk about my struggles because I came out of my struggles. And I am sitting right here as an elected official, as an immigrant elected official, first in my family to go to school, and here I am. And so I don't feel that any of this oppression stopped me from doing anything that I didn't set my heart out to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Hey, with that, we'll bring the matter back. We're actually voting on as council member said, we're voting on the extension of the agreement completion date, right, to February 28, 2023, correcting number one. And then we're voting to cover the costs of the anti-graffiti and UV protection coatings. If there were to be a change, city manager, maybe you could clarify this for all of us. If there were to be a change to the mural content per section 7C of the contract, would that have to be mutually agreed on by the 559 folks and the city and the city council?
That's a good question. I would have to confirm that within the language of the mural. But I can get back to you on that. Yeah.
Because I'm just looking at it, prima facie, no modifications may be made to the installed mural without the unanimous consent of all the parties. Just wondering, the installed, does that mean after the fact, or does that mean while it's in process?
That would be subject to interpretation and review by the city attorney, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been asked to review this contract yet, so that's something that we could.
It's not on the
do.
agenda tonight. I just wanted to see if that was an issue. in
Most of the time,
future.
that's pretty typical, Mayor, that, changes are done with the consent of both parties, but I haven't been asked at all to look at this contract.
Contract was previously approved. So, okay. Is there a
I'd like to
motion?
make a motion
Is-
to the extension of the agreement completion date of 2/28/23, and then the financial assistant to be covered cost for the anti-graffiti and UV protection of $870.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho, Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo.
No.
Was that no?
No.
Thank you. Mayor Robertson, yes. So with that, thank you for the good discussion. And we will move on now to staff departmental reports. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The only thing I have to report with great sadness is a farewell to our Deputy City Manager, Rob Terry. This will be his last city council meeting as our Deputy City Manager. And I'll let him expand on the reasons why that is, but I just wanted to say thank you. And thank you for all the hard work, for the dedication that you gave to the city of Selma. It's been a pleasure working with you and benefiting, and the entire city really benefited from your experience, from your expertise, and from your professionalism while you were here. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, City Manager Santiano. It was an absolute honor to serve this council, to be a part of this community. This is absolutely not something that was expected or anticipated in any way. I'm leaving with a very heavy heart. For those of you that don't know, I'm from Utah, the youngest of a large family. And I have one brother, 5 sisters, and my mother is the only surviving grandparent that's left within our family. And unfortunately, my mother and my only brother are having some significant health problems. And so my family is headed back to my home state of Utah to care for my family. Thankfully, speaking with the city manager about this, there is still going to be some opportunity for me in a consulting capacity to still be engaged with the city, to assist with some planning and building consulting. And so I'll still get to have some engagement with this community, which means the absolute world to me. So thank you to the city manager for considering that, and thank you to the city council for allowing me to be here. It is with a very, very heavy heart that I step away for this at this time. But all I can say is family first, always, right? And I know that we all feel that way. Just thank you very much.
Thanks, Deputy City Manager. I look forward to seeing that consulting contract. All right, that will go to our Deputy City Manager, Baines.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't have a whole lot with the sad note of Rob departing our team. I want to report that we had our senior accountant start today. He was supposed to be here tonight to be introduced to the council. However, he had a prior commitment. His name is Jacob Del Cid. He comes to us from actually Fresno County Office of Superintendents, but prior to that, he was with the city of Calinga for 3.5 years, where I recruited him straight out of UC Merced. And he brings a great amount of expertise with respect to city government and city finance. And I lost my train of thought, but happy to have him on the team. He was selected by the panel. That was an external panel. And so he scored really well, and we're happy to have him on our team. And I look forward to introducing him to the council at a near future meeting.
Great, thank you. Fire Chief?
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. Police Chief?
I'll make it quick, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This Saturday, December 10th, between 10 a.m. and noon, we'll be having Santa's Little Helper workshop at our police department. So we'll be opening our community room to our community members. So if you can, please stop by. Additionally, Rob, it's going to be painful to lose you. It's been great working with you, and thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you very much, Chief.
And I just wanted to quickly thank our staff, our police officers, our whole policing team. I think they've done a phenomenal job. Currently, they're working additional shifts to have some extra patrol in the city based on some things that we're seeing to help prevent and be proactive and kind of get ahead of things as we enter our holiday season. And additionally, I wanted to thank our code enforcement, I would say team, but it's one member. Juan is doing a phenomenal job. He's being, I'm concerned I'm going to overload him, but he's really stepped up and is doing a phenomenal job, and we're seeing the impacts in the city. So I just want to thank him and Public Works as well, because that's a complete team effort. So I just want to thank them. I know they're not here, but thank you. And that's all.
Thanks, Chief. Director of Community Services.
Mayor and council members, I will try to keep it short, but let's be honest, this is me. All right, really quick, just a few things coming up here in community services. As you guys are likely aware, our Adopt a Senior program has begun. We are collecting item donations and monetary donations. So those flyers have been distributed. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to Liz. She's coordinating that on behalf of us. I would also like to give a very sincere thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Cho for the Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend, but I heard that they served over 300 meals to our seniors and our veterans with the help of the Lions. So thank you for that. I was disappointed that I was unable to make it because I had been told that every year it just got better and better. So another thumbs up from everybody. We would like to thank the sponsors real quick: Central Valley Lions and Lioness Club, the Selma Women's Club, Selma Cares, Selma Rotary, Kiwanis Club of Greater Selma, and the Selma Lions, with as well as everybody that volunteered to help cook, plate, and deliver meals. We'd also like to thank the Selma Kiwanis for their for the Christmas breakfast that took place recently at our senior center. We do appreciate that. On the Selma Arts Center front, Oedipus Ray got fantastic reviews, and it was profitable. We are still waiting final numbers on that, but we have been notified that it was profitable. So very proud of our team for their work on that. And just in time for the holidays, the kids programs will be putting on a performance of Elf Jr. And we are almost sold out of those tickets. So that show will run December 15th through the 18th. So if you are interested, go ahead and reach out to the Art Center. We can get you guys some tickets, but I'm very excited because we are December 5th and we're nearly sold out. So congrats to the team there. They're doing a phenomenal job. Actually before that, I also would like to thank Juan. He's been working really hard to clean up some of the basin areas that we have. Schaefer Park has been an issue, and he's been working really hard to get things moving so that we can clean up these areas. And every time I see him, I just have to absolutely high five, knuckle bump, buy him lunch, something, because he's out there really working hard on behalf of us. So thank you, Juan, and obviously Public Works. And last but not least, Rob, thank you for everything that you have done. Obviously, you were the one that hired me and brought me on, so I owe you a bit of thanks, obviously, along with our city manager, but I don't think that you realize just how much you will be missed. So we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
But you're still stuck with me.
The
Thanks for
staff
that.
is phenomenal. Thank you.
Dittos. And what happened to the hula day? How did that go?
Unfortunately, that event did not take place due to I will own that one. That was completely on me. Unfortunately, I've been out for medical reasons and I am finally back. That's why you have not seen me. So I will fully own that one. It's also part of this greater discussion on why we need the staff. There's too limited staff. And when we run into these kind of issues, we need the support to be able to pull off these programs. So I fully apologize. That was my project. That was my baby. I had every intention. Unfortunately, my health had other.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, you did not miss it. That was unfortunately something that does fall on me, but I assure you, I think once you guys see next year's calendar and with the additional support, you guys will be very excited. So
Great, thank you for that. City Attorney Yanis. Thank you. We'll go to council reports from here. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes, so I really didn't have a lot this time, but I did attend the Christmas lighting and welcomed Santa yesterday. I think Mayor Pro Tem had said earlier there was probably about 90 children there yesterday. So I would have liked the parade, but weather kind of got the best of us, which we need the rain. And that's it. I hate to see Rob go, but I know that you'll be back. Or we'll still be seeing you. So thank you.
You guys can't get rid of me that easy.
Hopefully, right. Thank you.
My heart is still here. I promise you that. And the staff here is phenomenal, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Trillo.
Just a couple of things. First of all, Rob, hate to see you leave, but family does come first. Family is first. So I'm proud of you for saying that. So thank you for all the hard work you've been doing, being here in Selma, working with our city manager. The second, again, I got to bring this back to council. I know a couple of weeks ago or a month ago, I brought back and have brought two things that I wanted to see, lights at the pickleball courts. And the other one was talking and having discussion in regards to a dog park on Orange Street at that ponding basin. I'd like the staff to go back and start reviewing and seeing if they can stay on that and going back and getting on that. It's much needed in my neighborhood. So I'd like for that to be back on, please. That's it.
Councilman Trujillo, if I could just give you an update on those couple of items. So I did meet with staff with regard to both the lights at the pickleball courts and the dog park at the basin on Orange Street. So the pickleball lights, we are getting additional quotes. The quotes that you provided were for the equipment. So we're getting additional quotes on the installation to get a full total cost, but that is something that we are continuing to discuss in our development project meetings. And then with the dog park, those conversations had already been ongoing. And so we're looking at what the design potential conceptual layout for that basin would look like. So we will bring something back in January for council's discussion. Maybe not a fully baked idea, but we are continuing those conversations.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Oh, well, there's not really a whole lot to report. I had grandma duties this weekend, and I also, we had a victory. The Raiders won, thank God. But I just want to thank city manager and the staff, and also for bringing the lights. I mean, at least trying to bring the lights for our pickleball, because it's needed and we love playing pickleball. So I really appreciate it. And then also Rob, such a heartbreaker, but we're still going to see you, God willing. And of course, your family means the world to you, and family comes first. So I wish you the best of luck and for your family, and I pray for your family, for healing. I'll have some prayers for them.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you too, Rob, for all your hard work here, and we will miss you. And I wish you best of luck. Okay?
Thank you.
I also want to admire Councilman Blanca's feelings, and was a feeling. So everybody has their feelings. So everybody should have a right for that feeling. Okay, the senior Thanksgiving meal was our 11th year, and we did go over 300 plates. We were delivering 36 went to McCall Village, 46 went to Lee Bar apartment, and there's a little small unit off of Wright and Floral. There's like 25 units of seniors. Those were not even on our list, but we sent them over there and we knocked on the door and gave it to them. So now we know where our seniors are, and the ones that came, pick up, they ate at the senior center. So we're doing really good with the money that we get from all these organizations. Doesn't cost the city anything, but the organizations do back us up very well every year. So that was great. Then you're right, the Kiwanis Club did a senior breakfast also at the senior center, which served about 80 seniors. Same seniors I saw on the Thanksgiving, and that was a Kiwanis Club, and they're trying to wondering, man, do I work for the city or something? I'm cooking for them again. So I'm also a member of Kiwanis, that's right. We did do this, like I say, Santa Arrival. It was really cool. It was a big fire truck, Santa, and then another fire truck, and then 3 police cars all lit up. And the kids were, even with no, parade and no vendors out there, they were out there still. So it was really good to see them. Over 90 kids. Also, I did a project yesterday I was really excited about. It was the Blue Star Bomb. They did actually package the package for the soldiers. And, in the morning, they stacked everything together. And then the afternoon, 3 o'clock, they let people in. It was like probably over 150 people. And within 3 o'clock to 4 something, they were done packing. Okay, because all the stuff is out. All you do is take a box and go surround it, and then you go get it. You get a letter that was from a school, and then went into the package too. We should have a shout out to our own Eric White School. They provided 430 pairs of socks. Wow. And that was really fantastic to see. So I'm really proud of us. you know, in Selma, we do give out to everything, and that was a really unique project. So I'm gonna stay on that one every year from now on. And wishing everybody have a Merry Christmas if I don't see you before, and then Happy New Year also. Thank you.
You. And just want to say thank you to staff as well for all your hard work, doing a great job. Heavy heart too about Deputy City Manager Rob Terry leaving. Worked with you a long time, Rob. Remember you at COG doing an excellent job there. And when you went to City of Reedley, it's devastating. But then you came to City of Selma, uplifting and you know, understandable that you have to go now. And Godspeed and best of luck to everybody. Prayers are with you.
Appreciate that.
I had another Calvan's budget meeting. The Speaker of the House that was referenced earlier is a Calvan's fan. So that's going to be really helpful for this group. They've had some changes. There's been Kings County is withdrawing from its support from Calvan's. So there are going to be some challenges ahead for the group. So we'll have another meeting about that next week. Also, just wanted to reiterate, it was a good discussion that we had. I'm really glad we can have a discussion like that. It was uncomfortable at times, but it's something we had to do. And I appreciate that we can do it and we can do it respectfully and we can get all these perspectives out. Because I think, you know, it's like art. There are all these ideas. Some people agree with them, some people don't. But the worst part of it is when you just don't let it out. You don't let anybody be exposed to that. And I remember when that art center came in, a lot of people didn't like it because of the way it looked. And it became art. A piece of art, it's a piece of art itself. It stimulates discussion, and that's a good thing. So with that, one last thing, I'd like to request a couple of items for future council meetings, city manager. One would be speed bumps around the schools. I'd like to explore that, those speed mats that we were talking about. Like a speaker referenced earlier, we can spend money on our city in other areas, very worthy areas, but I think speed bumps are also a potentially worthy area. Number two, we have a business owner in town who has been sent a couple of emails out and has contacted. I was part of a meeting that he invited me to with you, city manager, and with your administrative assistant, Tiffany Flores. And he has been talking about Stillman and the McCall specific plan. I think with the development that we're talking about, I would like to revisit this, especially the Stillman, if we could at a future meeting. I know you talked about having a development meeting. We could fold it into that if we're still going to have that, if we're not, but I think that's a key to Selma's growth there, because there's development going on there. And with Clarkson coming in, with the sale of the Walmart land, I just like to revisit that. It doesn't have to be a long agenda item, but I would like to know more about that in the future.
Just for clarification, Stillman specific plan is what you're referring to?
The McCall specific
plan, okay.
Is what I believe the gentleman referenced. And Stillman would be that area behind, Les Schwab, that is part of that four corner intersection. And with that, we'll go back to the public. Thank you for that, city manager. With that, we'll go back to the public. Do we have any public comment? Santa.
Hi, it's Isaac Garza, 12511 South Mitchell. Just want to let everybody know, thank you guys for reaching out to us. Really appreciated it. Sorry I wasn't able to make it to the meeting, but it does mean a lot to me, Stephanie, and Antoinette that you guys actually showed up and discussed what was going on. I do understand that if you guys do get phone calls throughout the event, which we are having on December 18th, I believe the time frame is going to be about from either 2 to 4 o'clock Sunday on the 18th. We're going to try to get everything done as fast as possible for Operation Santa. We have 4 families already. We were able to raise, I think it was about $2,800, and we sponsored 4 families. One family has literally 12 kids, and we are covering every single kid in that family. So you got to come to, imagine how Stephanie and Antoinette, I'm just sitting back, they're doing all the work. I know it's not about the meeting, and I just wanted to catch up and let you guys know what's going on. Still got barbecue tickets. Just playing. Thank you guys.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody on the phone, on Zoom? There a motion to adjourn? All right, we're adjourned. Happy holidays, everybody.